years of the pandemic, as it were, travel as a concept has undergone drastic changes. Even though travel is no longer a luxury limited to a few, the virtual shutdown of the world made us all pine to travel. But with international borders not completely opened up and parts of the world still battling with the coronavirus, India seems to have opened up possibilities for travelers across genres. This new breed of travelers is younger, less fussy, and has broken all the rules, as it were, to redefine how one travels today. New jargon like staycations and workations have made an appearance, as have offbeat locations, solo travels, and of course, group travels. Just about anything is acceptable today, and the markets are learning to adjust to this new age traveler. Even though they appear to accept adventure, they do want high quality infrastructure, safety, sanitization, and of course, unique virgin experiences without burning a hole in their pockets. The tourism and hospitality industry too has had to pivot to cater to this new breed of traveler who is seeking a different experience than those from the pre-pandemic era. And as we step into another year full of travel experiences and places to explore, what some of the trends that have come to the fore have given the multitude of challenges that both the traveler and the industry face today, we would also like to know what are the challenges that remain to be sorted. The HT Tourism Conclave hopes to address some of these issues and highlight some of the successes that India faces. World Tourism Day is celebrated on the 27th of September every year, and every year Hindustan Times Tourism Conclave, a digital-led thought leadership platform, brings together top industry stalwarts and leaders to discuss the key challenges and opportunities in expanding India's tourism outlook and growth. The travel industry is, of course, raring to go places, and it hasn't ventured before all these places. They're reinventing and adapting to the changes at an uncertain time. So we're really pleased to have in our midst today the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Development of the Northeastern region of India, Mr. Kishan Reddy. Minister Reddy Garu is not just a political leader, but on the international level, he's recognized as an active fighter against cross-border terrorism, and as a child-friendly legislator, a title that he earned from the UNICEF for persuading the government to help, support, and sponsor surgeries and operations for children suffering from heart diseases in the state. He has successfully convinced the government to repeal the implementation of VAT on pesticides. He led the Seema Suraksha Jagaran Yatra by road, covering a distance of 7,500 kilometers in 47 districts, all of the 8 states in India, traveling almost 45 days, conducting more than 250 meetings in protest against infiltration and cross-border terrorism. Mr. Reddy Garu joins us for this important conclave, and we're all keen to hear from him. So I'd like to request Sunetra Chaudhary, the HT's National Political Editor, and Diksha Bharadwaj, Senior Editor at Hindustan Times, to please accompany the Honourable Minister to the stage. And we are all keen to hear Minister Garu.
Good morning, everybody. सबको नमस्कार। Respected Mr. Martin Nediger, CEO, Switzerland Tourism. You know, one of the pioneer activity tourism in all over the world, one of the best tourism activity they are organizing in Switzerland. I am welcoming to India. Madam Rajini ji, Chairman, Managing Director, IRCTC, is there? Yes, she is coming. Respected Ajay Singh ji, Chairman, Managing Director, SpiceJet. Team of the Hindustan Times and the management, staff, those who are lot of efforts put for this conclave. It is my pleasure to among us all of you at in this one of the important conclave organized by Hindustan Times. The theme of the conclave is rethinking tourism for future, sustainability, transition and greener tourism system at grassroots and global level. हमारे लिए not only India, in दुनिया के लिए भी not only tourism, in all sector ये thought आना चाहिए मन में. ये बहुत बड़ा दुनिया के लिए, देश के लिए और आम आदमी के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होगा. I would like to start with a shloka from the Bhagavad Gita that beautifully explains the idea of environment and the sustainability. Kham vayumagnim salilam mahincha jyotishim sattvani disho drumadin sari samudransha hare shariram yat kincha bhutam pranamedananyam. This means, Mr. Martinji, is a shloka from our Gita, Bhagavad Gita. Just now I read. This means ether, air, fire, water, earth, planets, all creatures, directions, trees and plants, rivers and seas, they are all organs of God's body. This is the theme of the Bhagavad Gita in one para. Remembering this, a devotee respects all species. We belong to a civilization where sustainability and environment protection and integral part of our ethos. From Lord Ganapati to Mahatma Gandhi, India has embraced sustainability living. Friends, in fact, it was Gandhiji who said, the world has enough for everyone's need, but not enough for everyone's greed. This is Mahatma Gandhi's thought. Friends, Government of India, we are going to bring a new national tourism policy. There is no comprehensive tourism policy in India because tourism is one of the sector that can grow in India compared to illicit airline. That's why our government, Indian government, we are bringing a new tourism policy. We make, in the policy, we make sustainability integral to our tourism mandate. The National Green Tourism Mission going to be one of the most important missions of our national tourism policy. We will also make our grassroots stakeholders aware of the challenges and enable to them to think about the solutions. हम नया टूरिज्म पॉलिसी बनाने वाले हैं। इतना बड़ा देश है, इतना मॉन्यूमेंट्स है, इतनी हेरिटेज साइट्स है, इतने नेचुरल, जैसा स्विट्जरलैंड देखने को जाते हैं। मैं हिंदी में बोल रहा हूँ इसलिए स्विट्जरलैंड जाने का जरूरत नहीं है। आप नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जाइए, उससे अच्छा नेचुरल सीन्स भारत में है। कोई स्विट्जरलैंड जाने का जरूरत नहीं है, भारत ही स्विट्जरलैंड से अच्छा है। मगर अपना पास जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर करना था, मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का मैं मिनिस्टर भी हूँ। लगभग 40-50 साल से इंसर्जेंसी ग्रुप्स के कारण नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कोई ना रोड था ना रास्ता था। 15-15 दिन, 20-20 दिन मनमाने ब्लॉकेड होता था, धरना होता था, स्ट्राइक होते थे, कर्फ्यू होते थे। कोई रोड नहीं बने, खाली पेपर के ऊपर रोड बनते थे। कॉन्ट्रैक्टर में पॉलिटिशियन रोड घर में बना लेते, दीवार उधर नहीं बनते थे। बिल्कुल बनता था पेपर के ऊपर रोड, पैसे खर्च होता था। मगर अब मैं खुशी से बताना चाहता हूँ, अब एक भी ना धरना होगा, ना ब्लॉकेड होगा, ना कर्फ्यू होगा, ना रास्ता रोका होगा। अब देख लीजिए, इतने अच्छे नेशनल हाईवेज। नाउ वी आर स्पेंडिंग दिस टाइम 80,000 crores of the national highways works going on in Northeast. Next year we are going to spend 50,000 crores for more national highways in Northeast. Because flight or helicopter we cannot dependable because of weather in Northeast. We should depend only train and roads. We are also working for the connectivity of train connectivity, rail connectivity. In this time, I can say proudly, लगभग 90 tunnel works for ट्रेन ट्रैक्स का अभी काम चल रहा है। इसलिए आपको आने वाले 2024 तक नॉर्थ ईस्ट पूरा कनेक्टिविटी कंप्लीट हो जाएगी। अभी तक 70% पूरा ठीक तरीके से कनेक्टिविटी हुआ है। अभी मैं चाहता हूँ नॉर्थ ईस्ट में इन्वेस्टमेंट आए, हम भी स्विट्जरलैंड से ज्यादा नॉर्थ ईस्ट को अच्छा बनाए। इसलिए मैं आप सब लोगों से आह्वान करता हूँ, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में आप लोग आइए, पूरा गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से, एज वेल एज अभी आपको पहले कभी भी नहीं थे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के स्टेट के बीच में एक कंपटीशन, हेल्थी कंपटीशन है विकास के बारे में, डेवलपमेंटल के बारे में। हमारा असम का चीफ मिनिस्टर चाहते हैं मैं मेघालय से अच्छा हूँ, अच्छा रहना चाहिए विकास भी। हमारा मेघालय चीफ मिनिस्टर चाहते हैं जो भी पार्टी अलग होगा, आइडियोलॉजी अलग होगा, मगर हम 8 स्टेट्स को साथ लेके आगे बढ़े। हमारा मेघालय का चीफ मिनिस्टर चाहते हैं अरुणाचल से अच्छा ज्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट मेरे पास है। ऐसा एक अच्छी वातावरण पहली बार, क्योंकि पहला तो ऐसा डेवलपमेंट के बारे में ना सोचते भी नहीं। अभी डेवलपमेंट के बारे में यंग चीफ मिनिस्टर्स आए, एवरीबॉडी टेकिंग विद पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग। दैट्स व्हाई फ्यूचर में अच्छे टूरिज्म के बारे में भारत में मैं एक उदाहरण नॉर्थ ईस्ट का दिया हूं। अभी मेरे पास ASA का 3600 मार्केट्स, मैं इस सब का मार्केट्स का पूरा डिजिटलाइजेशन कर रहा हूँ। आप घर में बैठ के कौन सा मार्केट में किधर है, कितना दूर है, क्या देखना चाहते हैं, मैं आप सभी मार्केट्स को आप लोगों को देना चाहता हूँ। भी कोई आए, कोई मार्केट में एडाप्ट करता हूँ, मैं विकास करता हूँ, मैं सर्विस करता हूँ, मार्केट पूरा आपको मैं दे देंगे। मैं ताजमहल में देने को तैयार, मगर विकास करना है। अजंता एलोरा दे रहे, अभी रेड फोर्ट दिया, मैं डालमिया का कंपनी को रेड फोर्ट दिया, वो भी ठीक तरीके से काम कर रहे। ऐसा जो विदाउट प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, विदाउट पीपल्स पार्टिसिपेशन, विदाउट पीपल्स सपोर्ट, इतना बड़ा देश में हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट कैन नॉट डू ऑल, पीपल्स इन्वॉल्वमेंट जरूरी है। फ्रेंड्स, वी नो, जस्ट नाउ मैडम आल्सो टोल्ड, कोविड-19 दुनिया में सबसे बड़ा one of the major sector because of COVID-19, lot of impact on tourism. Still, in world, in global, in India, अभी हम COVID-19 से बाहर नहीं है। अभी FTA, foreign tourist arrivals, still not yet started in India. Some people are coming, that is different. Aggressively, these are foreign tourists, still not yet started. But one thing I can say, first time after Indian independence, domestic tourism is a lot of activity, growth we can see. In Jammu Kashmir, even this time also, ये समय पे आप देख लीजिए, श्रीनगर एयरपोर्ट में लगभग 30-40 चार्टर्ड फ्लाइट्स तैरते हैं। फ्लाइट्स चलने का जगह भी नहीं। जो श्रीनगर में ताज होटल है, लगभग एक रूम 1 लाख रुपए से ज्यादा अभी आज सेल्स हो रहे हैं। कभी कुछ लोग आपके जैसे लोग मुझे फोन करते हैं, टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर तो ताज वाला सुनते बोलेंगे, साहब मेरे को परिवार के साथ जा रहा हूँ, रूम नहीं मिल रहा, कुछ बोलो। ये स्थिति है, बहुत गुड थिंग, अच्छा थिंग है। अभी केदारनाथ टेम्पल को जाने के लिए हम रोकना पड़ा, लोगों को रोकना पड़ा, बिल्कुल पुलिस को लगा के रोकना पड़ा। इतना भीड़ आए थे लोग देश पर। ऐसा एक डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म में एक बिकॉज ऑफ कोविड के कारण हो सकता है, बिकॉज ऑफ कोविड रिस्ट्रिक्शंस के कारण अभी थोड़ा ओपन हो गया, इसलिए ज्यादा लोग देखना चाहते हैं। इसलिए डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म में बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है। अभी मेरा घर में जो हमारे जो छोटे छोटे यंग स्टूडेंट्स रहते हैं, आपके घर में भी होगा, उनको सिंगापुर में क्या है, स्विट्जरलैंड में क्या है बता देंगे, मगर भारत में मध्य प्रदेश में क्या है, असम में क्या है, हमारे बच्चे बोल नहीं सकते। इसलिए मैं अभी तय किया हूं, यंग टूरिज्म क्लब्स इन ऑल इंस्टीट्यूशंस इंक्लूडिंग हाई स्कूल टू यूनिवर्सिटी, सब बच्चों को आजू बाजू टूरिज्म सेक्टर में स्टूडेंट्स को ले जाना, उसके ऊपर उसके बाद उनका पेंटिंग कॉम्पिटिशन करना। कितना समय दिया आप मेरे मैडम? 5 मिनट सर। और बच्चों को कंपटीशन कराता हूं, क्योंकि जब तक बच्चों को आप टूरिज्म दृष्टिकोण से अवेयरनेस लाएंगे, भारत का टूरिज्म नहीं बढ़ेगा। कारण किधर जाना है, हॉलिडेज में कौन सा टूरिज्म जाना है, आप लोग नहीं तय करते, आपके बच्चे लोग तय करते हैं, आपका बेटी बेटा वो लोग तय करते हैं किधर जाना चाहिए। वो सेक्टर को हम टारगेट नहीं किए तो भारत में डोमेस्टिक टूरिज्म नहीं बढ़ता। आज जाके सिंगापुर जाएंगे, स्विट्जरलैंड जाएंगे, माता जी के ऊपर पिताजी के ऊपर इंप्रेस करके वो लोग टूर तय करते हैं। भारत में भी किधर जाना है बच्चे तय करते हैं, आप लोग बात नहीं सुनते। इसलिए गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया टारगेटिंग स्टूडेंट्स कम्युनिटी, यंग कम्युनिटी। इसलिए हम सभी स्कूल्स में सभी एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस में स्टूडेंट्स का एक क्लब्स बना रहे हैं, उसको मोटिवेट करते हैं, उनको ले जाते हैं बाहर। अभी ठीक तरीके से वो क्लब का एस्टैब्लिशमेंट करने का काम शुरू हो गया। और आपको ours is a largest COVID-19 vaccination program we did in India. 225 crores of vaccination we distributed freely in India. This ours is the largest vaccination activity in the entire world. Ours is one of the best vaccination. We can say proudly, one of the best vaccination we produced in India. Because of vaccination, you can see nobody is wearing the mask. That is the impact. You can see anywhere. No single person are wearing mask. No single person are wearing mask. That is the success of India. We are largest population. We have problems also. We also have unemployment problem also. Still we are coming with the economical growth and the vaccination. COVID-19, we defeated COVID-19. We are going to defeat totally from India COVID-19. That's why I'm all over the world. I'm saying, come to India. There is a lot of anti-publicity from against the India about the COVID-19. Friends, abhi COVID-19 has changed consumer preferences for wellness and nature-centric travel. This had raised to importance of holistic and sustainable business models. Therefore, tourism initiatives that have sustainability and green tourism elements embedded to our business will regenerate positively with the tourists. I believe that sustainability is a key drive of conscience and responsible hospitality. When we talk about the sustainable tourism, the following are things we must keep in mind and following the first. People and planet first. People and planet first. Decarbonization of restrictions. Empowering entrepreneurs. Friends, in fact, of our village have already received global recognition in number of tourism villages in India. Now we are planning to set up a resource centers which will further guide our villages to learn new and best global practices. I am happy to share that green tourism to promote sustainable, responsible and inclusive growth of the tourism sector will be one of the key priorities during the G20 presidency. After independence, I can say one of the biggest events we are going to organize in India, that is G20 countries. Around about 280 conferences within 1 year. 280 conferences we are going to organize. That is a finance ministers meeting, finance secretaries meeting, tourism ministers meeting, tourism secretaries meeting, all the G20 countries prime ministers meeting, G20 countries secretaries meeting, everything. 280 meetings tentatively we are going to finalize. Through G20 countries, we can brand our country's image. We can brand our tourism sector. Everything we are planning. Entire government of India is working about the preparation of the G20 countries. That's why we should also, मैं सभी प्राइवेट सेक्टर से भी अनुरोध करना चाहता हूँ G20 कंट्रीज के लिए आप लोग भी पूरा सहयोग दीजिए. टूरिज्म में जितने आपका होटल में कोई आएंगे, कौन सा होटल आना चाहिए हम तय कर रहे हैं, जो शॉपिंग किधर जाना है तय करेंगे, कौन सा डेस्टिनेशन जाना है तय करने वाले, उधर पूरे आप लोगों का भी सहयोग होना चाहिए. We are ensuring that the real standard of green tourism is being followed in the implementation for sustainable tourism criteria in India guidelines. This step taken towards seeing tangible positive impacts, friends, and truly believe that our hospitality and tourism sector, that we have power to potential to enable to vision of our government of activating India 2.0 fueled by the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We believe that sustainability and green tourism and further provides impetus to Chalo India, Come India. This is our, for India, ours, one of the biggest ambassador for tourism, my Prime Minister. My Prime Minister goes to anywhere in world, he asks my Indian community, Indian origin, those who are staying in abroad, he requesting to bring 5 foreigners from their country to India to see what is India, what is our culture, what is our heritage, what is our monuments. Because that's why I'm saying, for Indian tourism, my Prime Minister is one of the biggest brand ambassadors. I would like to thank the organizing team. I don't want to take much time. Hindustan Times is one of the disciplined and dedication organization. They are working last so many years. That's why I should follow their instructions. That's why I would like to thank the organizing team of Hindustan Times once again for inviting me and allowing to me share my thoughts and information about the Government of India decisions. Thank you everybody. I welcoming the foreign delegates, those who are in this event. Not only this conference, I am requesting to send Switzerland community to India. That is my request. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that very insightful and lovely talk that you gave us. I just want, Diksha, I think, wants to ask a couple of questions about the tourism policy, and if you can share anything with us. I just had one question, Reddy Garu, which is basically that what is your, ever since, for a long time now, why is it that, we have some of the most sought after tourism destinations? As you said, you mentioned Taj Mahal, but I think we live in Delhi. Every corner has a historical monument in Delhi. And obviously there's so much to see, and the government started religious tourism. We have so many Japanese and Buddhist tourists who come to Gaya and so many other places, Sarnath and other places. I wanted to ask, compared to even smaller places which have not that much historical heritage, why do we get a fraction of the foreign tourists worldwide?
This is one of the important thing. ये सबसे बड़ा इम्पॉर्टेंट इश्यू है हमारे लिए. हमारे देश में मैं भी बताया था, किस में कमी नहीं, हम किसी से कम नहीं, मगर टूरिज्म में फॉरेन टूरिस्ट लाने में बहुत थोड़ा, इतने दिन में जो इम्पोर्टेंस, जितना इम्पोर्टेंस देना था नहीं दिया है. इसलिए मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर कौन सा देश में भी जाइए, जरूर वो टूरिज्म के बारे में बात करेंगे, लोगों को इनवाइट करेंगे। बुद्धिज्म इज आवर माई कंट्री, बुद्धिज्म birth place is India. मगर so many countries they are performing the Buddhism. That's why we are also planning जितने भी बुद्धिज्म कंट्रीज है सभी देशों से बुद्धिज्म अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए हम बहुत बड़ा एक्शन प्लान बना रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारा पड़ोसी देश चाहते हैं बुद्धिज्म उनका कंट्री है, भारत का नहीं है। इसलिए मैं आप सबके सामने नहीं बता सकता हूँ। हम बहुत बड़ा अभी नेपाल में जाकर एक बुद्धिस्ट सेंटर उधर बनाने के लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर खुद जाके नेपाल में फाउंडेशन स्टोन डाले हैं। अभी मैं पहले ही बताऊं, देयर इज नो प्रॉपर नेशनल टूरिज्म पॉलिसी। ग्रीन टूरिज्म में क्या होना चाहिए, माइस टूरिज्म में क्या होना चाहिए, इको टूरिज्म में क्या होना चाहिए, होम टूरिज्म में क्या होना चाहिए, ग्रीन टूरिज्म में नंबर ऑफ इश्यूज। बिकॉज इतना बड़ा देश में एक एक स्टेट्स में एक एक इश्यू है। इसके लिए मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर चाहते हैं, एक एग्जाम्पल बताता हूं। जब मैं चार्ज लेने के बाद मेरे को प्रधानमंत्री बुला के पहले बात किया है, अपना वेबसाइट कैसा है, भी ठीक नहीं है, आप स्विट्जरलैंड वेबसाइट देखो कितना अच्छा है उनका, अपना क्यों अपना रह रहते हैं। बोले दुनिया में जितने भी कंट्रीज है सबसे अच्छा वेबसाइट भारत का होना चाहिए। अभी हम लगभग 6 महीने से काम चल रहे, विद इन 2-3 मंथ्स में एक अच्छा वेबसाइट भारत का टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन का, भारत का जितने भी अपने विरासत का, अपना कल्चर का, अपना फेस्टिवल्स का, जैसा मैडम बताया अभी, जो रिलीजियस फेस्टिवल्स भारत में होते हैं किधर भी नहीं होते। एवरी मंथ देयर इज अ वन फेस्टिवल, every month our festivals, religious festival can attract more to foreign tourists in India. अभी भी जितने भी इस्कान का हो, ईशा का हो, वाराणसी हो, सब रिलीजियस टूरिस्ट फॉरेनर्स बहुत आते हैं, अट्रैक्ट होते हैं। lot of people they are settling in India because of our religious, our culture, our festivals, our thoughts. We are more attractive other than different countries.
पहले तो शुक्रिया मंत्री जी, आपने हमें ज्वाइन किया और हमें 2 मिनट दे रहे हैं आपके साथ इंटरेक्शन करने के लिए। आपने नेशनल टूरिज्म पॉलिसी के बारे में तो बता ही दिया, बट हम जानना चाहेंगे कि थोड़ा सा डिस्कॉन्सोनेंस होता है कि जो मिनिस्ट्रीज है वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर पाते, वो सारे एक साइलोज में वर्क करते हैं। तो टूरिज्म मिनिस्ट्री इसके लिए क्या कर रही है कि वो सारे एक साथ आ जाएं, एकजुट होके tourism को forward लेके जाएं? So what I'm looking for you to answer is that how can you have a cohesive sort of a framework for all ministries and states to work together?
ये मेरा मन का प्रश्न आप पूछे हैं, जो आज मैं काम शुरू किया हूँ। अभी रेलवे है, हमारा कोई संबंध नहीं है, टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट अलग रास्ते पे चलते हैं, रेलवे डिपार्टमेंट अलग चलते हैं। जितने भी टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है उस डेस्टिनेशन पे ट्रेन फैसिलिटी है नहीं है। अभी एक मैं रामायण सर्किट के नाम पर अयोध्या से ट्रेन, स्पेशल ट्रेन शुरू करके तेलंगाना में भद्राचलम श्री राम मंदिर तक लेके गए। जितने भी इंपॉर्टेंट राम मंदिर से सभी जगह मेरे को टूरिज्म चाहिए, मंदिर हो, मस्जिद हो, चर्च हो, मेरे को हमारा लोग जनता टूरिज्म में घूमना चाहिए। अभी बुद्धिज्म टूरिज्म बना रहे, अब अंबेडकर टूरिज्म बना रहा हूँ, माँ कृष्णा टूरिज्म सर्किट्स बना रहा हूँ। आने वाले दिन में जितने भी एक एक सेक्टर का हम टारगेट करने के लिए, कल्टिवेट करने के लिए उनको वो सेक्टर को टारगेट करते हो रेलवे डिपार्टमेंट। अभी उड़ान के द्वारा जितने भी एयरपोर्ट, छोटे छोटे एयरपोर्ट्स है, उस एयरपोर्ट्स में वी आर गोइंग टू गिव सब्सिडी मैं टूरिज्म के डिपार्टमेंट के द्वारा। अगर फ्लाइट डाले हैं गोवा टू आप हैदराबाद फ्लाइट डाले, अगर फ्लाइट एयरलाइंस वालों को जितने भी नुकसान होते हैं हम बेयर करेंगे, मगर फ्लाइट चलाना है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में एलिपैड्स जो एलिट टैक्सी बना रहे हैं, लॉट ऑफ एलिट टैक्सेस वी आर प्लानिंग, एलिपैड्स भी बना रहे, उनको चलाएंगे। जितने भी अगर 30 सीटर्स का हो, उनको अगर 20 सीटें आए, 10 सीट का कास्ट मैं बेयर करने वाला हूं, क्योंकि आई वांट एनकरेज टूरिज्म इन ऑल आइसोलेटेड एरियाज आल्सो। वैसे ही सिविल एविएशन के साथ अभी आने वाले 24 एंडिंग तक नया टूरिस्ट एयरपोर्ट्स 64 एयरपोर्ट्स आने वाला है, ग्रीन फील्ड एयरपोर्ट्स आने वाले हैं, उसका हम लगातार हम संपर्क रख रहे हैं। जल शक्ति मंत्री के द्वारा संपर्क रख रहे हैं। अभी एनवायरमेंट मिनिस्ट्री कितने वाइल्ड लाइफ सेंटर्स है, कितने वाटरफॉल्स है, कितने नेचर, हमारा कोई संबंध ही नहीं रहता टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट। मैं उनसे आज संपर्क रख रहा हूँ, उनसे लगातार मीटिंग कर रहा हूँ। अभी जो नेशनल टूरिज्म पॉलिसी में सभी मिनिस्ट्रीज को इन्वॉल्व किया हूँ, सभी मिनिस्ट्री के साथ लगातार अलग अलग बैठक किया हूँ, मिनिस्ट्री का सेक्रेटरी के साथ बैठक किया हूँ। अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी का इच्छा है एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव नेशनल यूथ पॉलिसी बने, सभी डिपार्टमेंट के साथ मिलना चाहिए। अभी जितने भी नेशनल हाईवेज है, एक एग्जाम्पल बताता हूं मैं, पेट्रोल पंप से, हर पेट्रोल पंप में तय किया है अच्छे टॉयलेट होना चाहिए। जो भी टूरिस्ट आते हैं उधर टॉयलेट रहता है, ताला डाल के रखते हैं, उसका स्टाफ वाले यूज करते हैं, जो आने वाले जाने वाले टूरिस्ट को नहीं देते हैं। अभी हम निर्देश दिया है, मेरा कारण सभी पेट्रोल पंप जितने भी, आप दिल्ली में जाइए टॉयलेट मिलेगा आपको, गाड़ी बाजाब्ता पेट्रोल पंप में बाजू रोककर टॉयलेट को यूज कर सकते हैं कोई भी, क्योंकि लेडीज अगर डेस्टिनेशन पे गए। अभी अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट्स को रोड साइड अम्यूनिटीज का नेशनल हाईवे के साथ बना रहा हूं। ऐसा अलग अलग आने वाले दिन में आपको विजिबल होगा। समय का कम के कारण मैं पूरा अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट का भी बता सकता हूं, मगर भारत सरकार अंडर लीडरशिप ऑफ प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी, एक सभी डिपार्टमेंट्स को मिलकर हम एक अच्छे टूरिज्म का एंकरेजमेंट करने के लिए, टूरिज्म इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को बढ़ावा देने के लिए, टूरिज्म सेंटर्स को प्रमोट करने के लिए, ब्रांडिंग करने के लिए हम रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेके काम करने वाले हैं।
सर, आई थिंक मैं और दीक्षा आपको कई सारे प्रश्न पूछ सकते हैं, लेकिन समय का वो है, मुझे मालूम है कि आपको भी काम पे जाना है। सो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग हियर सर, कमिंग टू हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स।
Thank you Hindustan Times team, and once again on behalf of the government of India, especially tourism department, हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स ये थोड़ा इंडिया का टूरिज्म प्रमोट करने के लिए जो काम कर रहे हैं, मैं हृदय से पूरे एचडी के मैनेजमेंट, एचडी के स्टाफ को इस इवेंट के लिए जो काम किया है, और जो आप लोग उनका इन्विटेशन से द्वारा आप लोग इस समय लेकर आए, आप सब लोगों को भारत सरकार की ओर से मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, Minister Reddy Garu, sir, for your vision for the tourism sector. On behalf of Hindustan Times, thank you very much for having joined us today and shared all that information with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite the Hindustan Times National Editor Branch and New Media Initiatives, Jamal Sheikh, for a conversation with the CEO of Tourism from Switzerland, Martin Nidegger, on sustainable tourism, or as the Swiss call it, Swiss-tainable tourism. How is Switzerland being readied to become one of the most sustainable travel destinations in the world by preserving nature, by engaging with the local culture and other measures that are being undertaken? Martin is the CEO of Switzerland Tourism and has been a member of the executive board since 2008 and was in charge of business development till the end of 2017. He had previously managed the SD branch office in Amsterdam for about 3 years. And he's here with us today to discuss all that I mentioned. The format for our sessions will be that we will first listen to our speakers, and then the moderator, depending on time, will invite questions from the audience or ask questions himself. So if I could request Jamal and Martin to please come up on stage.
morning, everybody, and welcome to the international chapter of the Hindustan Times Tourism Conclave 2022. I'm Jamal Sheikh, and I'm going to begin this session by making a somewhat embarrassing admission. Now, I moderated several discussions, but today's session had me a little nervous. After all, I was meant to interview a man who comes from a country that's sandwiched in between snobbish France and cold, cold Germany. Turns out, my fears were unfounded. For just a few minutes into the prep call last week, I realized that the Swiss demeanor is as warm as Swiss hot chocolate. And the reason for that realization, ladies and gentlemen, was the CEO of Swiss Tourism, our guest today, Martin Nidegger. Let's hear it from him again. Martin, as he has allowed me to call him, has flown over 6,000 kilometers to be with us this morning, and because of that, he deserves an even louder applause. During our session today, Martin and I are going to have a fun conversation about all things Swiss. But before that, there's a more pressing issue that must be addressed, that of sustainability, or as Martin calls it, Swisstainability. Martin, over to you.
Excellent. Thank you so much for the invite, the Minister of the Tourism. I'm very honored that you're looking at Switzerland as a benchmark or as a tiny little competition, a country which holds less population than the surroundings of Bandra or Juhu in Mumbai. It makes us very proud. And before I continue my explanations here, we have someone else who would like to say something about Switzerland, who's much more famous than anyone in Switzerland.
Can you see anything?
Not sure.
We look like ants.
The Grand Tour, the very best of Switzerland packed into a road trip. Just ask Anne and Roger.
Seriously?
Can we stop this, please?
Wow. Wow, Roger.
I'm lost for words, Anne. I didn't see this coming.
Well, now I know I bought past.
I think we have a masterpiece on our hands.
Really?
Well, it's beautiful, really. But I just feel like you can't
See us?
Yeah, that.
Your chemistry together was so electric, it needed to be framed delicately by the majestic Swiss landscape. Like a postcard. You know a postcard.
Tony, did you know about this?
I knew the Furka Pass was beautiful, but not that beautiful.
Tony.
What you're saying is you only used the white chalk.
Yes.
And then why did you make us parkour
Over the glacier.
20 times
No, it's
maybe?
22 times.
The 20-second take was absolute perfection. Who has goosebumps from this performance right now?
Wait. This is madness.
I thought that synchronized swim in the lake was pure magic.
And the fact that you had the courage to do that scene in glacier water blows me away.
Roger, I gotta say, you got amazing abs.
Great abs.
Abs? You can't see a thing.
Maybe we should just write something like the Grand Tour, even more majestic than Roger Federer's abs.
Yes.
Okay, it's
No.
you know,
No.
I think we need a break. Yeah.
Yes, we need
I
a
think
break.
we need a break.
I need
Okay,
a
we're gonna
break.
take a break. You okay?
I'm in. It's okay.
Dude, I can't believe you talked me into this thing.
I am so sorry, Anne.
Yeah, all right. Next time, call Meryl, okay?
Well, we did. She passed.
Missed.
Anne and Roger learned the hard way that no one upstages the Grand Tour of Switzerland.
As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we're trying everything possible to keep up with the amazing campaign of Incredible India. The bars and the level is so high So we have to really pull out all our weapons we have in our countries to make sure that we're being heard here. Now, the love between Switzerland and India is going on for a long, long time, very obviously. And the beautiful part about this, it's actually both ways. So many Swiss are in love with India, including myself, and so many Indians are in love with Switzerland, which works just perfectly. And it's actually a love that lasts for quite a long time. If you look at the figures, this is the chart of the overnight figures. It's been a beautiful journey in the last 3 decades. We love this kind of charts, and everything that goes up is beautiful. And it is really, really a wonderful comparison to a Bollywood love story. But as in any Bollywood love story, we know what's the crucial part, what makes a Bollywood love story really true. It's the drama, right? And we had that drama in terms of this terrible pandemic, which set us back. But we know, and we are absolutely convinced, it's not going to take us another 30 years to reach that same level. It's just a tiny setback, but our love has become so strong in the last 30 years that we will recover incredibly fast from this. And we are very, very positive. Because we know, like in any relationship, we know each other really well. And that's quite important, to know each other. We know where the Indian visitors are coming from. And the beauty is about it almost everywhere, from the north to the south of Kerala, from Kolkata up to Gujarat. It's practically from everywhere in India, travelers choose Switzerland. We also know their profiles. We know that they're surprisingly young. So many young people like to travel to Switzerland. They love our hotels. They love to tour. As we just heard from Roger Federer and Anne Hathaway, touring is a really key thing to discover as much as possible. You can see on the chart how many people love to tour and visit different places. And it seems that they also have the money to spend in Switzerland, which is very important. Now, when travelers from India come to Switzerland, what do they love? They love a variety of things. Of course, the outdoors. Of course, they love to travel in their families, and again, touring appears on the chart. But the key element, and this is actually the reason why people love to come to Switzerland for more than 100 years. We're doing surveys for more than 100 years, and the answer is practically, for the last 100 years, always the same. It's mountains, landscape, nature. Nature is one of the main attractions why people from all over the world, including India, choose Switzerland. We have beautiful mountains, admittedly not as high as the north of India, but we make sure that they are approachable by mountain railways and trains and whatever we can do. Now, when you look at the trends, what's happening right now, where is tourism heading, what are the behaviors, what are the patterns and the flows? There are so many reasons you can see here on the chart, which are also slightly influenced by COVID. But 50% of all of those trends, of all of those issues are actually green reasons, if you want to say, sustainable reasons. So the behavior and the demand has drastically changed. People care. And that's has always been the case. People were always interested in nature, but now they're consciously interested. They want to participate. They want to actively do something and be heard when they travel. Which puts the word sustainability obviously on the spotlight, and it is now so much more than just an incident or just something that comes and goes. Sustainability is here to stay, and that's why we as tourism authorities of India, of Switzerland, and all over the world have to really take this matter serious. And we all know we are in a terrible dilemma. On one hand, tourism means mobility, and that's creating obviously emissions. But on the other side, also we have a huge leverage and a huge communication factor. Now, how do we tackle with that in Switzerland? That's something I would like to share with you. And first, this.
Where do we go when we've already been everywhere? When traveling isn't about the next destination, but about a new path. A path towards a sustainable future. where we go to feel revived, to find clarity, to connect with nature. What if the way we travel could get us closer to nature? What if the calming power of crystal clear waters could move us forward? What if the morning sun could take us up mountains, in a place where the fresh air could give us energy, where city and nature could coexist in harmony? Welcome to Switzerland. Once you see it, you know why it is worth protecting.
Once you see it, you know why it's worth protecting. This is a headline which is actually quite important to us. And we have to obviously create the framework to make this heard, to give it a structure. And we simply took two beautiful words, Switzerland and sustainable. We mashed it, and now we've made Swisstainable, which is a competitive advantage because not so many countries can do that. So we do that. And we also have to make sure that it's not just a marketing campaign of Switzerland tourism, which is just one-dimensional. It has to be a program, it has to be an initiative, it has to be a movement for the entire tourism industry. What's the point is if we as a tourism authority want to care about sustainability in tourism, and the hotels, the mountain railways, the restaurants, they don't care. So I'm very proud to say that the entire tourism industry of Switzerland is behind this, and we have created a program with 3 pillars, as you can see now, are participating. So we have a low-level participation program, level 1, which is engaged, up to a leading level where everyone, the small restaurant and the big hotel chain, can participate. That's very important. It's an inclusive program. It allows participation for everyone. And although we started a few months back, we already have 1,200 companies who are participate. This might be a small number for India. For Switzerland, it's huge, it's big. And these are all dedicated companies, tourism companies, who are participating in that program. And now, as you can imagine, I mentioned mobility before. Mobility is key in the dilemma management of climate change and tourism, because when you move a person from A to B, obviously there's energy involved and sometimes there's emissions involved. So as of the moment, air traffic is without any alternatives, we have to make sure the moment you touch ground in Switzerland, it becomes entirely and purely sustainable from that moment. And this is due to our fantastic train system. Switzerland is, I would say, rather popular. We like, when we love our trains, and the trains, they play a major role in sustainable tourism within Switzerland. And it's not only a campaign and communication, we have to make sure that people can also book Swisstainable. And that's very, very key, because at the end of the day, you want to make sure that your buck which you spend on tourism in Switzerland is also spent in an industry. So we made up, came up with collaborations of many companies here, just 2 with Quantum Lare, which is a huge player in the Asian markets. We have agreed, or we have signed agreements that they will mainly buy sustainable products. When they're buying inventory of their product lines, it's mainly sustainable participants. So basically they use our lists of 1,200 companies and they mainly shop there. Also, and that's now the Western part, the American-based Travel Corporation, they do the same thing. They have today an inventory of 30% of sustainable. Within 2 years, they want to raise that to 80%. And we have also agreement that we actively work on the length of stay. We want to make sure that people stay longer in Switzerland. That's also an important factor. Now, I mentioned nature a lot, but that doesn't mean that the cities are not involved. Cities are equally important in Switzerland. They're not really cities, they're boutique towns, and they're all surrounded by nature, they are within nature and very close to water. So they're absolutely integrated. Sustainable is not an alpine or a purely nature-based initiative. It also involves our cities. And now I need to slow down, so we have time for a chat. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to talking to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Martin. That was a fantastic presentation. It's amazing how Swiss tourism presentations look so much like Bollywood movies that we've grown up on. My first question to you.
We learn from the best.
My first question to you is something germinated from what you were talking about. As a regular tourist, what can I do to travel in a more sustainable, more responsible manner?
Well, with the risk of being repetitive, it's definitely you travel by train. You already make a big difference because when you travel from India, obviously you do that probably not by bicycle, but by airplane. And again, buy that train ticket and then you're already contributing largely to sustainability or sustainable. And then of course you need according tickets. We have, for example, the Swiss Travel Pass, which is one ticket that allows you to travel throughout Switzerland on any boat, on any bus, and all the trains, which makes it very easy also. So travel by train, we have the solution for it with an easy ticket.
Fantastic. I wish there will be a day someday when we can travel from India to Switzerland by train. Question 2. You're well aware that India and Switzerland, like you said in your presentation, have a very romantic relationship. There was a time when going abroad in India meant going to Switzerland. And a majority of these trips were honeymoons, which were meant to basically make babies. Do you know Switzerland has played such a huge role in the population of India?
Are you making us responsible for the overpopulation?
Not at all. We're just thanking you. But on a more serious note, tell us how the Indian traveler is different from travelers from other parts of the world. What are his idiosyncrasies? What are his likes? What are his dislikes?
Well, I think at the end of the day, they're probably not so much different. I think what combines everyone traveling to Switzerland is the love and the interest for nature. Of course, they come from different, maybe they learned from it through different channels. India, maybe more movies or influencers nowadays, which are basically taking over. But at the end of the day, you can see that, and that's the beauty, what we like so much, that when you are then either in a mountain or in Lucerne at the lakes or somewhere in the trains, you see all these different nations merge and meet. And that's the beauty of it, that it's an intercultural melting pot. So at the end of the day, people love to go to the same places. And usually it is, or mostly nature-based. Mostly we have nature-based travel motives.
You know, Switzerland and all the romance is all okay, but we see a shift in the millennial traveler from India. They're more focused. They're going for different things. They're going either for adventure or they're going for food. If I were to advise a young millennial traveling to Switzerland from India who wants to say go for adventure, what would you advise him? Where would you advise him to go?
Yeah, you're actually right. I was surprised just a few weeks back. I was up in the mountains, and usually you see Indian travelers rather, I would say, consuming nature or not being actively involved, and that has really changed over the last couple of years, I would say. People are doing more active things. They're actually going on hikes. Yeah. Walks in nature, I would say, not huge hikes, but doing that. Or we have so many new ways of experiencing nature. We have these toboggans, these summer toboggans. We have zip lines. We have all fun things to enjoy natures, or even going paragliding as a passenger, obviously. So this is probably something which we haven't really seen Indian visitors doing in the last years, but it's something that has we have started seeing now.
Right. What about food tourism? A lot of people travel for food. What would you advise the person who's led by the next meal he's going to have?
Well, believe it or not, even Swiss kitchen is not so bad. I mean, there's no comparison to the Indian cuisine, obviously, but we have also our national dishes. A lot of them are cheese-based, I have to say, but I think this is part of the experience. So you should never leave Switzerland without trying a fondue, a raclette, or a rösti. This is definitely something you need to do, and most of them are even vegetarian-based.
As part of this, I was reading up on the sustainability concept, and I believe October 1 has been designated Vegetarian Day in Switzerland. Tell us a little about that.
In fact, it's a global vegetarian day. It's throughout the world. When we say we want to become more sustainable, we cannot just put a marketing campaign on it and claim it without doing anything. So we need lots, and when I say lots, I mean hundreds or thousands of activities and programs and measures to prove that we're serious about it. So one is the whole mobility program. Another one is, for example, the food. And we realized that a vegetarian diet is contributing largely positively for the environment. And we don't want to ban meat. I think we should avoid going into extremism, but what we really realized is that a vegetarian diet is very good for the environment, so we should focus on that. And now, in particularly Central Europe and also Switzerland, has the perception that you go there and you eat a lot of meat. You can do that if you want, but you have an equally large choice of vegetarian dishes, and that's something we also want to focus on.
Is that a more recent change, Martin? Because I remember living in a part of Switzerland as a student, and my partner, who was vegetarian, she could only eat cheese and bread for a long period of time, and that was not very easy. Is this a more recent change in Switzerland and in the region?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm really sad to hear that, because I have to say India is really, really so much ahead in terms of that. Here, sometimes you go to a restaurant, you come back and you realize, oh, I didn't even eat meat, because you have such an amazing choice. Your cuisine is light years ahead. I have to admittedly say that. But in the meantime, the Swiss cuisine has seriously adapted to it. Yes. And it's not just the absence of meat which makes a vegetarian dish. It's actually a vegetarian dish which is prepared with love and nutritious and also ingredients from the regions, which is actually another point. You need to make sure that you're not flying the ingredients all over the world, because what's the point in having a vegetarian meal if all the ingredients are not locally grown?
So we've established that it's easy to now be vegetarian and be in Switzerland. We've established that it's the ultimate destination for honeymooners from India. But what I've been very surprised with recently is a lot of my girlfriends, bunches going together for all-girl holidays. Is that something that the tourism board has particularly taken up, making it easier for all women groups to travel alone?
Yes, because we always knew, but we never really went to the ground of it, who actually makes the travel decisions. And we men don't really like to admit it, but it's not us. It's the women. In Switzerland, for example, it's between 60 and 80% of the travel decisions, are we going to Switzerland or not, are being made by women. So we need to make sure we have a marketing language and a tonality which addresses the women. So we have to remove the testosterone out of our marketing campaign and influx more emotional, sensual tonality. And now we have also a campaign that's called 100% Women to make sure that we address the right people with the right message.
Right. Right. Well, fantastic. Like the minister said just earlier, the decisions for Indian travelers are often made by the children. Is that something you plan to address soon in the future as well?
I don't know if it's the decision. It might be. In some cases, it's definitely so. If you introduce your children to a certain region or to certain activities, they usually take that passion away in their adulthood and they repeat it. We can see that in Switzerland, especially in the ski resorts. We send our children to ski camps when they're still in school. Sometimes they go for 1 week with their buddies to a ski camp. And this is how they fall in love with the snow, with ski. And once they are older, they also want to continue that activity. So it's definitely good to see, to plant the seed so you can harvest later.
So, and since you're talking about skiing, I must ask you this right now. How difficult is it for a beginner to get on a slope and start to ski? I have a lot of people who want to go, but they're just daunted by the fact that they're going to fall down, hurt themselves, come back with broken bones.
Well, the first part is true. You're going to fall down, but that's fun because when you think of falling down, you're not going to break anything because in the beginning, obviously, you're not racing very fast. Yeah. And then when you land in the snow, there's nothing really happening. We have a vast program. We call it the First Ski Experience, which is really, really fun. There are many places in Switzerland where you can just go and ask for the first ski experience. They provide you with everything. They provide you with the whole gear. They give you the ticket. They even give you a ski instructor. And then you have a day fun. You will not be able to run a black slope, that's the most difficult one, after this half day, but you will definitely and guaranteed have fun for a first snow experience.
So if I were to ask you to name the spot to go, out of the thousands of peaks there are, the hundreds of ski resorts there are, what's the best ski resort to go to for a beginner?
For a beginner, I would say I would probably not go to one of the very difficult ones. You know, Switzerland has different altitudes. We have the high Alps and we have the mid Alps. So I suggest you go somewhere there around, central Switzerland could be a good spot, or the Bernese Oberland. They have plenty of possibilities there.
Right. So now we spoke about single women travelers in groups. We spoke about couples. But the biggest group that travels out of India to Switzerland, I believe, remains the family. The family that travels to Switzerland for a holiday. What makes a family holiday in Switzerland truly special?
Probably not even the fact that they're in Switzerland. I mean, family holiday, of course you want to experience something, but after all you want to bond, right? After all you want to spend quality time with your loved ones, and then Switzerland is basically just the background. But I think one reason why families choose Switzerland is because it's reliable, it's a no-nonsense country, you can totally count on everything, and you always want your family to be safe, you want your family to have an environment which is hassle-free, and at the same time you want to guarantee them the best time of their lives. Yeah. So if you add all that up, the equation gives Switzerland.
So if you allow me to ask you a slightly sticky question. Why is Switzerland so expensive?
Switzerland is not expensive. It has an extraordinary high quality. If you ask the Apple Watches the same. It is, you can turn it around. In Switzerland, I can guarantee you that everyone who works in the tourism industry has a fair salary. People working in the Swiss tourism industry can afford a life, they can feed a family, they can have housing, they can have mobility, they can have a car, they can go on holidays. So for that, you need to pay your people fairly. And this, in my opinion, is very, very important, because only when you pay them fairly, you can be sure that they are going to be the best hosts. And then if you want to provide quality, then you also need to invest in good materials and in local materials. And all that up adds to a certain price. But mostly we're not that significantly expensive. We are a little bit more expensive, admittedly, but probably not so much. And for the travel trade and the tour operators in the room, we are best margin buddies. If you sell Switzerland, you have a better margin.
Right, right. Now you've headed the tourism board for 10 years now. Do you find that the traveler from India is particularly price sensitive when compared to travelers from other parts of the world?
No, surprisingly not, because I think the people, when they learn about Switzerland, they already know that there's a certain price level, but mostly are not even talking so much about that anymore. Nowadays, you really want to have the best experience during your vacation. It's a short time you have. We all know that we have about 18 summers with our children until they are gone, so we should invest our time, our energy, and our money into our family and show them the best places in this world, and Switzerland is one of it.
Right. So we all know Zurich and Bern and Geneva. If I were to ask you to name 3 hidden gems of Switzerland that not too many people talk about, what are the 3 names you'd give us?
Well, I think you should definitely discover the area of Lake Geneva, which is very, very beautiful there. There's one little village, it's called Gruyère, where actually the cheese Gruyère is from. That's a really romantic and medieval town. And then on the entirely other side of Switzerland, the canton of Grisons is also not so discovered yet. Right. So there's so much to discover, because let's not forget, Switzerland is tiny, but we have 4 official languages. I know, not 80 like you guys, but 4 is for us. Also, it's French, Romansh, Italian, and German. Yeah. So whenever you are, you also have an individual culture. So you're actually not only switching the language barrier, you're also immersing a different cultural area.
Correct. Now, Switzerland, like you said, is a small country, especially to those of us from India. As a person who has lived a significant part of his life in Switzerland, you've lived your life in Switzerland a lot. What does the country continue to provide you discoveries that you haven't seen before? Tell us about the last discovery you made.
Absolutely. I work in the tourism industry for 30 years, and yes, I spend most of my time in Switzerland, but I have actually also spent time in India. My very first job after studying tourism was a traineeship at the Taj in Mumbai. So actually, whatever I know about tourism, I picked up here in the beginning. That was a very, very amazing experience here itself. But after 30 years of working in the Swiss tourism industry, I keep discovering new places, new waterfalls, new lakes, new valleys, and then obviously the infrastructure keeps up. There's new hotels, some new mountain railways are conquering new mountains. We have in Switzerland 600 mountain railways, so you don't need to climb up there. You can just very easily take a mountain railway, which makes it so much easier. And I would say every year I discover 2-3 new places, which even the tourism CEO of Switzerland hasn't known before.
Well, fantastic. We look forward to discovering those as well. Now, what would you tell Martin, the well-traveled Indian traveler who's been to Switzerland before? What would you tell him to make him go back to Switzerland again?
Well, definitely take that train ticket again, because I think this is really the best way in discovering Switzerland. And then also on some mountain railways, you get 50% off, which makes it, again, more affordable when you're talking about the price. And something which we have lost, and that's probably a global phenomenon, we have not really gotten lost in our vacations, because we always have the phone, we have Google Maps, we are so well informed, and sometimes just get lost is something so amazing. Yeah. So why not going into a train and just randomly pick a place, because Switzerland is so small that you can always return to your hometown in the evening, day, yeah. and somehow just play a little bit of travel bingo in Switzerland.
Right. So now, as we near the end of our session, we're going to have a little bit of fun. What we're going to do, so that this doesn't sound like a session that's just a marketing pitch, we're going to do a rapid fire round where I have a series of 5 or 10 questions which require snappy answers, so let's be quick and fun. Now, for the members of the audience, when I spoke to Martin last week and told him about this rapid fire round and said I'm going to send him some indicative questions, he said, no, let's just keep it spontaneous. So what you're going to hear right now is going to be as real time as it gets. Are we ready?
Let's see.
Winter skiing or the long Swiss summer days, what do you enjoy more? Pick one.
Oh, definitely long summer days.
A 4-day trip that touches upon the main tourist attractions of Switzerland, enough time or too short?
Far too short.
2 weeks of discovering Swiss towns and cities on your own, too long a time to spend in a tiny country like Switzerland, true or false?
Just the right amount.
Traveling to Switzerland from India to only see Switzerland, or traveling to Switzerland and coupling it with other European countries, what would you recommend? Give us a compelling reason for your answer.
Oh, Switzerland only, because why would you go and see other places you mentioned in the beginning, cold Germany and arrogant France? So there you gave your answer yourself.
You got out of that one very easily. One Swiss dish that every Indian visitor must try.
Fondue.
One trek that an Indian visitor to Switzerland must undertake.
Schienige Platte, that's just above Interlaken. It's a must-do.
Mhm. The biggest misconception about Switzerland that many people have is, complete the sentence.
That Swiss are unfriendly?
I don't think that's incorrect. Not in India. Switzerland is known for its watches. Which Swiss-made watch brand is one of your favorites?
Victorinox.
And if I were to ask you to pick from Swiss chocolates, which one would you choose as your favorite?
Gaillet.
Mhm. As we near the end, let's turn our attention towards India. Name one Indian food that you've tried and enjoyed a lot.
Murg makhani.
That's for lunch today, probably. Bombay versus New Delhi, the city you enjoy more is?
Sorry, I missed that.
Bombay versus New Delhi, the city you enjoy more is?
Well, Bombay, because I lived there for...
Of course. I love Bombay, that's where I'm from, so. And finally, a fun question. We Indians have this image of a Bollywood heroine dancing in a sari that's meant for Indian summers on the snow-covered Swiss Alps. On behalf of... She's obviously freezing wearing that. If not the sari, what would be a more weather-appropriate outfit you'd recommend that actress wear?
Well, it doesn't look as stylish because there's definitely nothing wrong with a sari, and I assume the scene is so steamy hot that you will not feel cold.
Fantastic, Martin. That was great fun. Thank you for being such a sport. More importantly, thank you for coming down all the way for this on-ground session, which we really appreciate. On behalf of warm Indians, where else would you have a minister change half of his speech to English to make sure that you understood what he's saying? Thank you again for being here. And people in the audience, let's hear it for the CEO of Switzerland Tourism, Martin Nidegger. A small token of our appreciation. That was fun. Very good.
Thank you, Jamal, for steering that so beautifully. Thank you very much, Martin, for sharing all those Swiss secrets, as it were. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. May I ask you to please settle down? A reminder to kindly keep mobile phones in the silent mode. Welcome to our session that discusses how the service industry of the railways and airlines are coping with the changing demands of today's travelers. As I had mentioned initially, we all know that in the wake of the pandemic, the traveler behavior has shifted and travelers expect a new level of service from our industries now. Now that domestic travel is surging, what are the ways in which these services can be improved responsibly? To discuss all this and more, we have with us Ms. Rajni Hasija, Chairman and Managing Director, Tourism and Marketing, IRCTC, who in her illustrious career with the Indian Railways spanning almost 3 decades, has worked in various managerial capacities in various divisions, zones, as well as various public sector undertakings, and has extensive experience in the fields of IT, marketing, operations and planning over the Indian Railways. We also have with her Mr. Parampreet Singh Bakshi, Vice President South Asia CAPA, a leading aviation consulting, research, analytics and transaction advisory practice. Mr. Bakshi has over 20 years of experience with notable names in financial services and knowledge businesses. He has worked across industries on facets spanning strategy, digitalization, CX, operations, products, capital raise, and governance. He's also helped build companies to execute growth strategies and business plans, improve customer experience, garner consumer insights, develop products and services, manage risks, achieve operational excellence, and leverage automation and technology. So if I could request both Ms. Hasija and Mr. Bakshi to please come up. We've got to moderate this session, Diksha Bharadwaj, Senior Editor, Hindustan Times. And once again, we will hear our speakers first, and then Diksha will, depending on time, take questions from the audience. Diksha, it's over to you.
Thank you so much. I think Rajni ma'am wants to make a presentation first, so we'll start with that, followed by a short address from her. So I'll go there. Yeah, please.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Well, it is indeed a pleasure moment for all of us that after all we all have come out from the havoc of a pandemic and meeting once again. 3 years back, I had attended one of the tourism conclave organized by Hindustan Times, where we were also one of the sponsors, small sponsors we were. So IRCTC is a known name, and I will not take much time of yours. In fact, I'll be taking only 5 minutes and presenting what all we are doing. Well, company overviews, it's a mini Ratna Schedule B company and has been working in the field of tourism and the catering. It's a basically a hospitality based company, and the travel related services are being offered. Well, it is a zero debt company, and in the month of October 2019 we were listed and we are there, and gradually we have earned a good name as far as the listed companies are concerned, and we are in the first 100 listed companies in the India also. So, and we have a healthy mix of a 32.6% of public share and 67% of the government equity. We are primarily working in the 4 business domains, that is internet ticketing, catering, tourism and rail nail. So here I will be discussing about internet ticketing. We are a known name, so I'll not be discussing that here. In the field of catering, we are providing the mobile catering, static catering and e-catering services to our consumers. And in the tourism, we are into the domestic and international tourisms as well. In fact, I would like to inform this house that we have a product ranging from 1,000 rupees a day to $1,000 a day. So we are into the budget tourism, we are in the comfort category, we are in the deluxe category, as well as in the luxury category too. And as far as the packaged drinking water is concerned, we are in fact producing nearly 15 lakh bottles a day and serving to our passengers. These are the geographical distribution of our offices. And in the field of tourism, the hotels are a main, hotels play a very important role, and we are into the budget hotel category, and where we have constructed few hotels and provide the booking for the other budget hotels also. These are the, I think, 5-6 locations where we have provided these services. In Lucknow, our property is coming up, and in Kevadia, the hotel is under construction. Ayodhya, again we are in process of getting the land from the government of Uttar Pradesh. Kohima also we are coming up, and other states we are tying up. So our model is little different, where we give a capital support to the hotel industry and construct a hotel and provide to our customer. We have recently come up with the pod hotel in our Mumbai area, and these are the few pics of our hotels and retiring rooms where we are providing the services. I will not take much time of yours. In the travel tourism, as I said, that we are in the mass tourism, and in the mass tourism, we are running the Bharat Gaurav trains, Swadesh Darshan trains at state special Tirath, which are a sponsored traffic which we run in association with the state governments. In the luxury trains, we are operating our own train, Maharaja Express, which is a world's leading luxury train and has been awarded 7 times that award. And Golden Chariot, that train we have taken from Karnataka State Tourism Development Corporation. We would be operating both the trains this season, and that is after a gap of 3 years. So in the domestic tourism, we are into the educational tours, we do air ticketing, we do air packages. You can say, and we are the only approved OTA of Government of India under Ministry of Tourism. And the outbound tourism, we do through air packages and cruise packages and other tourism related services we are providing with. This is a new concept of a Bharat Gaurav which has been recently inaugurated by Honorable Minister for Railways, and it has been applauded. This is a very new concept where the train is being owned by the operator and the trains are being sold. So one such tour we have operated in the Ramayana circuit, and rest are in the process. Very soon you will be watching that the trains will be running as a brand under IRCTC. We have our own brand. Other private operators can also come and bid for this. Other mass rail tourism product is the Swadesh Darshan. This is in-house product of IRCTC, where the trains are taken temporarily from Indian Railways and tourist circuits are made and run on the system. This is something called a nearly comfort category between budget and a comfort. All kind of services are provided on board, and the state special tourist trains where the services are sponsored by the state governments, IRCTC only carries that. These are the luxury trains, and our Buddhist circuit tourist train is under the deluxe segment, which where we have a first AC accommodation and the second AC accommodation. Golden Chariot, where we have all similar kind of accommodation, cabin type of accommodation, and in the Maharaja Express, where we have 4 types of accommodation. So you can see the various range of the products being operated by IRCTC, and this is the domestic tourism product that we are running. This is nothing new. We are running as any other tour operator and the other accessory service. Thank you very much. This was the total work that IRCTC has been doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very insightful presentation about what IRCTC has been doing, ma'am. I mean, I think the audience has well understood exactly what the company does and how it functions and what all services you're offering. I'll start with some generic questions for both you and sir, Parampreet sir. So the idea is that, okay, firstly, I think the one question that relates to our theme, of course, as well, is sustainable tourism. So I'd like to know what, in terms of aviation, what in terms of railways, what are the kind of new initiatives that you're taking to further sustainable tourism in India?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So in the aviation space, there have been certain elements which are focusing on sustainable tourism. The focus is on reducing carbon emissions, especially for airlines. And then on top of it, airlines are also deploying strategies in terms of using materials that you see in flight, materials which are being used. They are becoming more and more focused on ensuring that there is sustainability in their operations. So I would say these are baby steps. Majority of the benefits that would accrue would primarily be on account of the carbon emissions by airlines, but that's given the duration and the gestation period for bringing in new technology, new engines and stuff. That is slightly some time away, where we can have engine technology which uses fuel which is different from ATF. But the new engines, the new aircraft that are coming in, those are more fuel efficient engines. So if you look at the Neos which are there, which is now what majority of airlines are focusing on, and they're replacing their old fleet with the new engines, those are almost 16 to 17% more fuel efficient, and that should go a long way in terms of reducing the carbon emissions that the airlines have. But and apart from this, there are other measures that are in play, but largely any strategic, any big changes will only happen over a period of time when we leapfrog into new technologies from an engine, airline engines perspective. So that's it.
As far as the railways are concerned, I think I have a 34 years of association with the Indian Railways where I have seen the transition happening in Indian Railways. We initially started with the ICF bogies, which were had its own challenges in the operation. The railways has gradually migrated from ICF, from LHV to Tejas kind of a stock, and now the Vande Bharat. So gradually the transition is happening, and the more and more comfortable journeys for the customers are being arranged by Indian Railways. But the services cannot happen till the time it is brought to the customer. So that transition has also happened. Like earlier, people has to place their number in the reservation counters, where the lot of movement had happened in the year 2002 when Indian Railway decided to go for a internet kind of a ticketing, and e-ticketing was started. In fact, the first e-ticket was there in the year 2005, and when we initially started our portal 2002, we booked only 27 tickets on the first day without doing anything. That was in year 2002, that IRCTC co.in. Gradually, now if I look at it, on a peak day, I think in the month of March, we had booked around 15 lakhs tickets in a day. So this happened because we were able to commensurate with the need of the people and gradually upgrading ourselves and understanding the need. As the need was rising, so the restrictions was also rising. So the challenge was to bring and meet the need, because here the demand is more and the supply is less. I don't have to look for the market. The market is already there, I simply have to supply. So you bring changes, keep on upgrading. In 2013, we upgraded entire infrastructure of Indian Railways as far as the N-Gate new system come. And now we are again into reinventing ourselves and trying to bring more and more from Indian Railways so that we can provide more services. In the field of, if you ask me, catering, Rajdhani were there earlier also, Shatabdis were there earlier also. We were providing our pre-booked food where the customer used to pay in advance. So that is still there, but a Tejas kind of a structure, a private train concept was not there. That was brought in and railway thought it. And IRCTC was blessed with that we operated the first 2 trains in the private circuit, where the level of a service is of the different level as compared to the other. There you have host also there. So to cater the entire need of the customer, you have inbuilt kind of an infrastructure where IRCTC has been helpful, helping Indian Railways to provide the services. Now in the field of a catering, the e-catering was a boon where you can order from your seat and the food can be delivered on your berth. So that is one. And air ticketing, I think you have already brought the transition, and I think you are the best judge. But as a user, I can always tell as an OTA that as things have changed. I was recalling my days when we used to stand on the airline's office for booking a ticket and then come back. For cancellation also we had to go over there. That is no longer there. So it was blessing in disguise kind of a thing. Other things have also entered. You had now multiple options to book. You have OTAs also. You have offers given by them also. You get load by them. Finally, you have moved from airlines portal to OTA portal. And loyalty has also moved. You are no longer loyal to an airline, or customer is very sensitive, it is very price sensitive. So people have moved. So transition has happened, and I think it has happened for the right. So this is what railway is doing. Railway is continuously upgrading, continuously adding new and new ventures so that we can meet the needs of the customer.
How many, you said you started with 27 tickets. How many tickets do you issue now? Just curious.
It's nearly, I think, average ticket issued in the last year was around 11.84. There was time when I said I had booked 15 lakh tickets. Earlier I was thinking 13 lakhs was the highest. Now 15.84 lakh tickets was issued in one day. So, and in peak hours, I think 4 lakh tickets in 1 hour. So we had a system which can book this much.
That's a lot of data that you're processing. Another question which impacts both of your sectors will of course be the post-COVID rejuvenation, recuperation. So I mean, a lot of losses were suffered in the tourism sector during the pandemic. So I'd like to hear from both of you, how has aviation and railways fared post-pandemic? Have you reached pre-pandemic levels of revenue, or I mean, are you on your way to reaching those levels? So, I mean,
Well, I think it is the travel and tourism industry was the worst affected as far as the pandemic is concerned. And our tourism was almost zero. And when we started with the 15 trains. 15 trains were allowed to operate in the first go. And later on, more and more trains were added. And surprisingly, only the need-based travel was happening. The leisure travel was almost zero. So that peak we used to get in the 1920 was not there. But bad times are gone. Let me inform this house that when in the year of a pandemic, although we could bring profit for our investors, and IRCTC was one of the few companies who could bring, because our model was very resilient and we could handle the situations well. And we were back in the mass tourism earlier as compared to the other industry partners. Because our Bharat Darshan train, which is a budget segment train, was the first to bring back on that track. And even we could operate 3 trips of our Golden Chariot also, that too in the domestic sector. We had massive cancellations as far as the inbound is concerned. My customer of the Maharaja Express had to go back without traveling because the train movement was stopped. So that was a very, very bad time. Bhagwan na kare wo samay dobara aaye. But we could overcome, because at the time, as the time was passing, we were reinventing ourselves. We trained all our staff how to handle the pandemic. Bureau Veritas was hired, many good companies were hired, and each and every supervisor of the IRCTC was trained how to handle the thing on the train if the mass tourism is happening or the mass travel is happening. That helped us to come back. Gradually, we shifted from the need-based travel to the pleasure travel, which happened only in the last 4 months. So I'm pleased to inform to this house that all my segments which were earlier in red now have become green, and we are happily back with the a good amount of a profit which we had never given to our investors in the past. It was the highest ever profit that we had given, and thanks to the support given by all our customers who had remained associated with us. Thank you very much for that.
Great. So the aviation sector was not that lucky, unfortunately. We're still in the red. In terms of traffic, last year we saw almost 106 million travelers take to air travel. This is split between domestic and international in the ratio of 8 to 2. So almost 80 million domestic and 22 million international travelers. This year looks better. We are expecting almost 130 to 140 million domestic and almost 55 to 60 million international travelers to take to the skies. But unfortunately, it's not translating that well in terms of financial performance. So last year, the losses suffered by the airlines were almost $3 billion. This year, CAPA projections are that we would be about $1.4 to $1.6 billion of losses before taxes. So there's still some time to go where the airlines can turn around in terms of the financial performance, operating performance, and in terms of traffic numbers. This year, maybe next year, we'll see international coming up to pre-COVID levels. But financially, it may take a bit longer than that. And just so that we don't just focus on airlines, in terms of airports, the numbers, financial numbers are, our projections are they may post about $500 million of profit this year, and that is subject to revenue share being shared or not. So it could either be a break even or a small profit for the airports. So the headline and the bottom line is that traffic numbers are back, financial performance is still lagging.
Thank you so much for that. I hope aviation catches up with railways quickly, because railways seems to be booming. The next question, which is also generic for both of you, and in part, ma'am, you already answered, you preempted my question. But let's talk about technology and how you can leverage that to provide better services to your customers, and how both aviation and railway sectors are doing that to provide better services. Like, for example, I know in railways you can order online from different restaurants and then it comes and it gets delivered to your coach. So do you have any other new initiatives planned in this area, or any other use for technology that you're looking at?
Well, as far as the IRCTC is concerned, if we don't upgrade ourselves along with the technology, we are going to die. We have to be there along with the market, because the only convenience fee is not the only source of income as far as the internet ticketing vertical of the IRCTC is concerned. You have to other non-convenience fee resources continuously upgrading ourselves. Like, the demand for the customer care is going up. If we don't add AI here, then we will not be able to handle the customer queries. So the artificial intelligence had to be there, so we could bring artificial intelligence in the form of Ask Disha. You see a lady on our site, that is Ask Disha, where you can answer your question through bot. That is one. Then we have also come up in a big manner we have come up with our own payment gateway, and we are in process of taking up a PPI license, so that we can further proliferate in that business. Because what after we have already taken up reached up to the 81% of the total inventory being offered by Indian Railways as far as the reserved ticket is concerned. And the unreserved ticketing which we were doing earlier was a temporary kind of a arrangement which was offered by Indian Railways to IRCTC. So we have to have a kind of some permanent kind of a system for us to grow and for our teams to look upon. So for that we are continuously upgrading, and we are also coming up in the payment gateway and many more such solution, God knows, and many more reinvention can happen. User experience we are constantly working upon. You will find some changes in that also. And we are also working along with the advertisement company so that we can bring more and more revenue for our company in this segment. So you have to continuously, for that you have to have an ad exchange program, and since you are from that domain, you might be knowing that lot of things are required to do a background work for that. So continuously upgrading as far as the ticketing is concerned. In the field of catering, you need to have been closely associated with your B2C partner so that your catering can be sold more. If someone is booking ticket through Make My Trip, at the same time, if we offer him to book a food, we have to provide some technology to him. We have to divert our customer. If the lead comes, the lead has to be matured, so that you need to have a good partners associated with us where the lead can be converted upon. So it's a complete channel. If we miss any, then we lose. So this is a very competitive world. It's not that the government companies don't have to work very hard. Trust me, guys, it's a very difficult job, and IRCTC is virtually doing very good amount of hard work to keep up the expectation of our customers. And as far as the tourism is concerned, running luxury train is not a joke when the inbound tourism in the country has not opened. So you have to do a lot of digital marketing. For that you have to assets and you have a dedicated team. It's not only the technically upgrading, but the marketing also has to increase accordingly. Lot of money has to be spent. Visa guidelines have to be liberated. Guest nahi aayega to chalega kaise? Something like that. So I think we both are closely associated. We were talking, if his air fuel goes up, then his booking gets affected. So I am a gainer. But if the land grows, the way roads are improving, we both suffer. So it happens. एक channel खत्म होगा तो दूसरा channel आएगा, दूसरे channel. How to grow with the second channel is going to be the next challenge. So it's a continuous effort, Diksha. It has to be continuous. It will be continuous, because nothing in this world can be permanent other than the change. Change is going to be permanent. One of the Greek philosophers had mentioned once. So we have to constantly reinventing ourselves to bring the change in the system.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, your views.
Okay. So a lot of companies are working on a lot of things in terms of digital customer experience and so on and so forth. I'll broadly talk about 3-4 key themes that we from Capas Prism look at. One is we live in an experience economy, right? It's all about experiences. The boundaries between digital, physical products and services are just fading away. It's all about integrated experiences. So while you look at air travel and somebody may say it is a physical experience, it is also a virtual experience. Right from the time when somebody thinks of booking an air travel to the time they complete their air travel and perhaps go on a social media website and post their experience, there are about 12 stages in that journey, 12 broad stages in that journey. And there are almost 35 touch points for the consumer where he's either interacting with the airport, the airline, the OTA, and so on and so forth. And all those touch points are opportunities for the service providers to enhance the experience of the customer. And within experience, there can be n number of things that come into play. So there's a very layered system of what is happening for customer experience, who is doing it, and at what stage of the journey that contribution is being made, which will define the experience of the consumer or the traveler at the end of the day. The broad three themes that we look at is digital, which is enabling lowering of costs, innovation, customer experience improvement, removing friction, and so on and so forth. The other theme is the emergence of the DIY, which is do it yourself. Given that everybody now has a mobile phone and an internet connection and services are available online, customers are increasingly preferring to take control of their journeys, their bookings, and so on and so forth, unless, of course, you're going for a complex package where you need an intermediary. But DIY is becoming more important. And data. And we found out through our research that customers are happy to share their data with the service providers as long as it enhances their experience in terms of either a personalized booking or a great offer. Or let's say when you are revisiting, then the service provider remembers your preferences and so on and so forth. So contrary to the fact that people are too protective about their data, we believe that if it is leveraged in the right manner, customers are more than happy to share that data with the service providers.
That's a great segue for me, sir, to move into data and the work both that is done in the aviation and the railway sector. So, ma'am, of course, there was a policy. Will we see it revamped and reintroduced? Because so far it's been shelved. So, are we going to see a new version of it, or has it been completely done away with?
Well, Diksha, I would like to say the question is out of syllabus, so I will not answer that. But as I said, the change is the only change is the thing that is a permanent. So let's hope and wait what happens next. Although we are trying our level best to bring a good experience to our customer.
So, is there any plan in the aviation sector to bring about such a policy to leverage data so far?
So that will be, I think the data privacy bill that is being talked about will be there for the entire country. It will be applicable for all businesses and segments. And we believe that the sooner we do it, the better it is, so that it provides clarity to all the stakeholders in terms of what they can do, what they can't do. It sets up a framework where you can then operate in. It removes all the ambiguity that we're currently facing, which is just creating challenges for different businesses and stakeholders. So sooner the better.
That's great, sir. I have one last question since ma'am has already answered the data question for you, sir. So about 487 incidents, according to government data, occurred in the last 1 year from July to June this year. Aviation incidents, right? Some of these have been serious, some of these have resulted in fatalities. So I'm wondering, as you know, working with CAPA, what kind of changes are you working on to, prevent such incidents in the future?
So let me say, data proves that aviation is the safest mode of transport. And we all witnessed what happened on Sunday with Mr. Mistry, which was very, very unfortunate. Road sector is perhaps the most dangerous sort of travel mode. Incidents in aviation, and I won't call them fatalities or accidents because those are different. Incidents are a regular routine affair in aviation, as long as airlines are not cutting corners in terms of their maintenance and their regular checks and so on and so forth. There's no issue in terms of these minor incidents happening. They happen all the time. They happen across the globe. And despite all of these, aviation still is the safest mode of transport that is there today. We believe that airlines, given the financial challenges that they may be facing, and the regulator plays a very important role over here. DGC has been on top of it. They came out with their instructions for one of the airlines to reduce their fleet and take care of things. But if the financials of the airlines improve, I think that will give the public more confidence that everything is okay. It's just that the perception is that because of financial challenges, airlines might be cutting corners, which is perhaps not the case.
Well, we hope that the perception can change and you can help in doing that with the kind of reforms that you are considering. With that, I throw the floor open to audience questions. Would anyone like to ask Rajni ma'am or sir anything? Are there any questions from the audience? Yes. Can someone give a mic to him? Can you please identify yourself and can you stand so that it'll be easier for us? Yeah.
Good afternoon. This is Anil Advani, and I'm an investment banker by profession, focused mainly on hospitality. My question is very simple. Aviation, at what stage do you think would make money for the industry? Is it the fuel prices, which may be about $90 a barrel? We come down to $60 a barrel, we'll make money. And of late, going was good. The traffic was increasing, but again, we say with the liberation or freeing up of the prices, there's again a downward pressure on the ticketing prices. I was reading, Bombay, Ahmedabad, etc. The prices, or Delhi, Lucknow, the way the prices have just come down to 50%. So, would this industry ever make money for the investors, or we'll just be happy with the top line and the number of passengers growing?
Well, if you were an Indigo investor, you made money.
I don't know why. But
no. So
the kind of losses they have.
Sure. No. So if we look at pre-COVID, because COVID was obviously something which nobody had thought about. But pre-COVID, the airlines, SpiceJet to some extent, Indigo, Jet for a very long period of time, they made money. So it's not that as if airlines don't make money or can't make money. It's a function of one, do we have the right business model in place, which ensures that given the macro environment being in your favor, you can make money. That's the first thing. Second thing is in terms of the competitive environment. It has been like a sunrise industry, right? There's been all sorts of startups which have come in, all sorts of businesses which have come in. It distorted the market to a very large extent. Those players which could, by virtue of superior service, superior product, maintain their pricing power, they ended up financially, performance was better for them. But those who could not do so fell by the wayside. So we've had boom and bust cycles in the aviation industry for almost 20 years now. But what we believe now is happening is that the market is changing, the market structure and dynamics are changing, wherein you may end up having 2-3 large players which control almost 80% of the market, and then 80-90% of the market, and then you will have fringe players who will have perhaps specialist products and services to offer, and each one of them could then end up making some money over a period of time. But obviously it requires pricing discipline. It requires airlines not falling into the trap of just going down the drain. And from what we hear from the airlines, what we hear from what Akasa said when they were launching, we were pretty glad to know that the airlines don't want to get into the type of price wars that they were catering to earlier. Now, it may be the case that despite that, given the macro environment, they may still face losses. But hopefully, as and when the macro environment changes and if the pricing discipline is maintained, maybe you will see more airlines making money over a longer period of time.
Thank you so much, sir. Do we have any other questions?
Yes. Hi. My name is Mani. I'm from M&M Tours and Travel. The question is to both. As far as customer experience is concerned, recently, there's been a lot of incidents where, the airlines have diverted and flights cancelled, due to which, there's been a lot of harassment to the clients. And similarly with the railways also, there has been no subsidy for the senior citizens, and also experiences also, customers don't come back with a, happy feeling. So what is your this thing? How do you think the airlines and the railways would improve services? Because ultimately that is what is going to, increase the traffic.
Perhaps I may would not be the right person to ask this question, sir, but I certainly would like to inform you that policies are being decided by Ministry of Railways. We are only a selling portal for them. So if the decision has been taken not to provide a subsidy for the senior citizen, so I think I will pass your request to Ministry of Railways. So about air, I think.
So in terms of cancellations and challenges, obviously they have been there across the board, across geographies. I don't know if anyone you had an opportunity to go through it, but a few weeks ago, Heathrow capped the number of passengers that they would process in their airport to about 100,000 per day. Now that created a lot of challenges for a lot of people and even businesses for that matter. So it's been a V-shaped sort of a thing where because of COVID, businesses had to let go of people, and given the sort of V-shaped recovery, they're not trying to balance it out with what they can cater to. And this is happening if you look at the hotel industry, for instance. The prices over there are just going through the roof. It's just because they're not able to cater to the type of demand, and these things don't get built overnight. So I'm hoping that with time this will improve. But coming back to the basic point of customer experience, I believe that's fundamental for any business to differentiate themselves from their competitor. And the smarter businesses know that, they're working on it, and over a period of time they will benefit from it.
Any other questions? Ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Lata Paul. In the good old days, about 30-40 years back, the airline ticket was the same whether you go today, tomorrow, or after 2 months. Now there is differential pricing. And if you want to go last minute, it is very expensive. You have cut down the luggage from 20 to 15. You're charging prime rates for aisle seats and window seats. Only the boring middle is at the normal rate. And still you're not making money. So what's the problem? You're fleecing the customer left, right, and center.
I think Rajni ma'am can also intervene in terms of differential pricing, which has been introduced in railways as well. So I'd love to hear both of your thoughts.
Well, services, if a service provider is providing certain rate, ma'am, he has to recover the losses. If you carefully read the ticket, passenger ticket of Indian Railways, one line is mentioned that still 47% subsidy is there, and their price rise of the passenger ticket had not been there for long. It is the dynamic pricing is there only in the Rajdhani Shatabdi. So for railways, I can supplement this. I think your question was specific to the air industry, so he will be answering more. Diksha brought me unnecessary, but yeah.
Well, I think we have a next session where one of the airline gentlemen is going to be here. Perhaps this should be directed to him. But costs for airlines are increasing substantially. Fuel at 90, 100, Forex at 80. I mean, it's a very, very challenging environment for airlines. And on top of it, you have all sorts of challenges in terms of demand coming, not coming, and it's a capex heavy business in a manner of speaking. You've got the world's costliest sort of real estate up in the air all the time, and if you're running a fleet of 300 aircraft trying to make money off it, it's a tough business. So airlines are perhaps well placed to leverage what they can provided as long as they don't compromise on safety, security, and customer experience. I believe there's space for players and the customers to benefit mutually. I don't think there should be a challenge, but yeah, perhaps an airline gentleman may be a better person to respond on this.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, you were just brought into the question because I'm a regular Shatabdi user, so that's it. Okay, we have
you
time.
have differential pricing there.
No, I mean, IRCTC does a fabulous job as far as I'm concerned. One last question, and
Ma'am, my name is Prashant. I am the regional manager for Swasti Travels. I'm based in Delhi. My question is, Rajni ma'am, I have two questions for you. One question, your customer care needs to be very proactive when there is a query related to any booking and all. Second question is, there you are charging for the Rajdhani and Shatabdi. It's not as equivalent to the airlines, but the food quality and service needs to be checked by your management. This is my two observations I'm sharing with you.
Okay. These are the two observations, sir.
Yes.
So I have noted. And as far as the quality is there, regular measures are being taken to improve the quality of the food. Checks are also there. In case of complaints, the complaints are also being resolved. And as far as your customer care suggestion is concerned, sir, it is going to be completely revamped. You will find some difference.
Yeah. But food quality needs to be checked. Food quality and service.
Your observations have been noted, sir.
Thank you so much.
thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Rajni and Ms. Parampreet, sir, for joining us for this very insightful discussion. I hope you all had as engaging a time as I did. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us at the Hindustan Times Tourism Conclave.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Diksha. Thank you, Ms. Hasija and Mr. Singh, Mr. Bakshi. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is on heritage sites and monuments, and we'll just quickly make the changes on the dais. We have as speakers Mr. Ratish Nanda, CEO Aga Khan Trust for Culture, a group of agencies that work towards preserving and conserving heritage sites and monuments in 30 countries across the world. AKTC is presently undertaking major conservation projects in Delhi and in Hyderabad. And Ratish is a noted Indian conservation architect whose other completed projects include the garden restoration of Humayun's tomb and several projects for INTAC, including the conservation of St. James Church, of the ruins adjacent to Sultangari, of unprotected monuments in the Mehrauli Archaeological Park, etc. Dr. Swapna Little, who joins Mr. Nanda, is a city historian and author. Swapna's love for the city of Delhi and in particular Shahjahanabad led her to write a PhD thesis on its cultural and intellectual life in the 19th century. She's also author of Delhi, 14 Historic Walks, Chandni Chowk, the Mughal city of New Delhi, and Connaught Place, and the making of New Delhi. She's also closely involved in the movement to preserve heritage monuments and sites, and is the former convener of the Delhi chapter of INTAC. Speaking to both of them is Shivani Singh, senior editor, Hindustan Times. So Shivani, I'll not waste any more time and hand over to you.
Thank you, Rini. So as we must have gathered, we have a very, very esteemed panel here. And just to get the conversation started, and sticking to the theme of sustainability, I'd like to ask both of you, what do we mean by sustainability in the context of heritage tourism?
Thank you, Shivani, for that question. Heritage tourism, of course, by its very definition, is in many ways sustainable, simply because we are using assets that we already have. Whether it's our old monuments, which we are promoting as destinations. And I think we need to go further in that direction. And some of our heritage sites are extremely underutilized for that purpose. We concentrate so much on a few select sites that we neglect a lot of other areas that are, forget about monuments that are there around the country, and there's so much there. Even in, say, if you talk about Shahjahanabad, people who come to the Red Fort should really not be spending 1 hour at the Red Fort and then going away. Yes. They should be experiencing the city that goes with it, which is equally historic and equally interesting in the kinds of things that it can offer to a visitor today, in terms of experiences, in terms of food, in terms of beautiful things to look at. With a little bit of help, a lot of that can be done. So, sustainability is what heritage tourism is about, right. Really.
What are your thoughts on this, Ratish?
Thank you. I think unfortunately what's happened in India is we all pride ourselves as a ancient civilization, and yet we protect about 10,000 heritage buildings in India. The UK, which is the size of Uttar Pradesh, protects about 650,000. And why do they do it? They do it because they have realized many, many years ago that these are huge, huge economic assets that can be leveraged, as we at the Aga Khan Development Network have done for the last 30, 40 years, to not only improve quality of life, but also hugely affect, employment and other government objectives. Now, if you just look at it, every heritage, if you're talking about heritage tourism, the heritage tourism is really focused on the heritage asset. Yeah. I'll call it asset because this is the language we all now understand. And what is it that it takes to fix the heritage asset? Number one is craftsmanship. About 70, we at the Aga Khan Trust for Culture have been doing work in the Humayun's Tomb, Nizamuddin area for almost 20 years now. And we realized that about 80% of our costs go into craftsman wages. And that is fulfilling the idea of employment creation. We've had about 14 million man days of work to fix these sites. And once they are fixed, like Humayun's Tomb, as Swapna said, year on year and year, your ticket revenues keep going up. In fact, we found that conservation, the investment in conservation at a site like Humayun's Tomb the investment can be recovered in less than a year. Now, which other investment has that rate of return? We were just talking about airlines. Clearly, they don't. But what we have tried to demonstrate through coupling conservation effort with social economic development, with creation of an open park like Sundar Nursery, school, health, education, is that we have been able to fulfill in this area 15 of the 17 sustainable development goals through a heritage conservation program. And you mentioned Sundar Nursery. Last year we had 700,000 visitors during a COVID year.
Yes.
Clearly, sustainability is at many levels. It's local, improving quality of life. It's citywide, and it's international. But finally, it's also financial. So what we're trying to demonstrate is how heritage assets can really become financially sustainable, and to demonstrate that our estimated 500,000 monuments are not only a burden but an economic asset.
Okay. Glad you said that because heritage is, for the communities living around the heritage sites, monuments, often see it as burden, because there are very little incentives for them per se, So, if there is improvement, it's mostly brick and mortar, or it's very, at the facade level. Sapna, I want to ask you, how can we incentivize heritage or the benefits that it brings, heritage tourism, for the communities who are living around these monuments or sites?
I have been coming back and talking at other occasions like this, and I've always said that what we need is, first of all, this cannot be just a tourism focused approach. You have to make the quality of lives of people better before you make and let that make it easier for visitors also. You cannot have visitors and tourists living in bubbles. That's what happens when you come and you see, your golden triangle and you go away. So you have to improve what is the quality of life of people. And what happens is that, forget about things like, you are often, in fact, our old cities, which are our old neighborhoods, often suffer from the worst infrastructure that you have. So, and in that kind of situation where things are crumbling, infrastructure is crumbling. If you live in an old house, for instance, if you live in an old house in Delhi, you have this system where you have listed buildings. So your house is, on a list as a heritage house, which puts, to be very frank, right now, all it does is it puts a burden on you.
Yes.
Because you cannot do this, you cannot do that, you have to go through another layer of permissions, etc. So you feel that that's a burden. So that has to change. It has to change. You have to have concrete, sort of climate where that is transformed into an asset by whatever, whether it is financial supports, permissions, whatever. There are many kinds of support that you need, even simple things like technical support, which people often don't have, who are living in a Haveli which was constructed 200 years ago. They don't know how to conserve it. So that kind of technical support, financial support, these kind of things are needed. Some sort of mechanisms have to be thought about. And I don't think that our authorities do that, really, are doing that. However, I would say that, again, so therefore, because I've said it year on and nothing really changes in that area, I think we have to look at other ways of pushing these things. AKTC has done, what it has done, and that's a huge. I think the push can also come from even the tourism industry itself, in the sense that when you are, think of extending, again, I'll come back to examples that I know best. For instance, Shahjahanabad, you have, an itinerary planned for a group or whatever to visit the old city. Build into that some partnerships with some owners, maybe of Havelis, where they can get some amount of support to transform their buildings into places where things can be hosted. Maybe, I'm sure somebody who comes to see the Red Fort would be happy to spend another couple of hours in the city, looking at, doing their usual shopping and all that, having a place where they can sit down and maybe enjoy some of the food, or even look at the architecture, or, or shop in Shahjahanabad, but within a building which, say, has the old architecture as well. So those kind of things, I think maybe the way now forward is for investment to come into these areas, which will, it will show results, because I know that people are interested in these kind of things, because experiences, again, that's the kind of thing people are looking for, to say that I did something different. I didn't just go to the Red Fort, I did something different, I saw something different. So, I think maybe that's where the push should come from initially, because otherwise I don't see anything changing.
You want to add to that?
Thanks. I think in many ways, this is a question that over the last 7-8 years has been raised internationally. But I think what we conservationists have done wrong is we have often asked, or we've often tried to get communities engaged in the conservation effort. And if you really look at the communities that inhabit our historic city centers, whether it's Nizamuddin or Banaras or anywhere, their real concern is, life is hard enough without them having to contribute towards the conservation effort. So as conservationists, as tourism professionals, what we need to do is start asking, how can the conservation effort really help, as Swapna said, improve the quality of life? Now, you, Shivani, have been witnessing what is happening in Delhi for centuries. And Swapna said, I've been saying it for so many years, nothing's happening. But I think what is critical is that we've not incentivized all of this. So conservation in India has been a legacy of really colonial times. It's keep the natives out. This is heritage. Also, what we're doing is we're saying penalty, making life difficult. The National Monument Authority Act makes life difficult for heritage owners, and there is absolutely no incentives. So in such a situation, what Swapna kindly referred to our work in Nizamuddin, what we've tried to do, and we started with a lot of suspicion. We started with the local community saying, oh, you're partnering with the Archaeological Survey of India, you're partnering with the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, you're out to get us out, we hate you, we won't let you work. And from that onset, over 15 years, to have been able to achieve a lot of the goals, how did we do it? We forgot about heritage for the first few years of our intervention. Instead, we focused on building schools. For many years till the present Delhi government allowed EWS students in mainstream schools, we had 600 students going to the school that we helped create. We incentivized health. So over the last 15 years, we've had over 700,000 individuals access the health facilities that we created within a heritage zone. And local population is only 20,000. So people are coming from far and wide to access polyclinic and so on. So it was sanitation. People said our biggest problem is waste. So we created a waste management system that 15 years down the line has become sustainable. We started with funding it 100%. And then we created pockets of heritage like the Dargah complex, the Bauli and the Dargah complex, the outer periphery, because you can't really, in the present system where nobody follows any law and everybody's building illegal 7-story building, you can't focus on entire settlement. So you have to focus on what is the priority and then help restore the sense of pride. So we've set up we've found that less than 1% of the women were really in Nizamuddin had any sort of economic opportunities. This is the heart of Delhi. So women dying in childbirth, so all of those issues had to be addressed. Now we've got about 600 women who are part of self-help groups. Some of them create craft products like these, which are sold. There is a group of women I'm very proud of who make the intangible heritage of the cuisine. And last week they were flown business class to Kochi to manage a 5-star hotel. These are women who never got out of the basti. So people are gradually understanding that this is the pride of the community. And because they live in a heritage space, they're being incentivized. And once that does it, the community will take some responsibility, hopefully, to ensure that these areas are maintained some sort of a heritage character. But a lot needs to be. We've just scratched the surface. We've demonstrated how it can be done, but it needs to be replicated 1,000,000 times over before it's successful. In the meanwhile, what's happening is heritage buildings across the country are being knocked down for the stone, the woodwork, and all of that, and which is all being sold for a pittance. So we're really killing the goose that lays the golden egg.
Yes. You have been watching Ratish's work very closely for years, and it is a great experiment. How easy or how difficult would it be to replicate something like this in other parts of the city or nationally?
Yeah, sure. Ratish. Very easy. Well, again, what Ratish has said about the concentrated effort, and it has taken a lot of effort, and what he's not talked about is the struggles that he's had to go through and what his team has had to go through. Yes, I know, exactly. So that kind of effort, and it's taken years to even get to where we have. So in a sense that some seems to, again, as I said, that the climate, that our laws, our institutions, that is there. It's an uphill task to work within that to achieve what the kind of things that they've achieved. So it is hard. And it's quite, if you think that, okay, it's going to take another pocket like that and to work in a sustained manner, it'll take a lot of sustained effort for very, very long. So, great. we should do it. We should do it more. And these guys are, of course, moving on and doing it in other places also. But as I said, that we need to see how we can intervene in, everybody can see how they can do it, because it requires this kind of organization to really put in that kind of effort into some areas. I don't know how easy it is to replicate. You can hear what I said there.
No, Shivani, I would, why do we at the Aga Khan Trust for Culture do what we do? So we are not, we're not INTAC. For example, INTAC is an established Indian agency. We are an international agency. We are here to do some demonstration project. So we're not here to be, we're here to do something and move on. So our success really lies in the fact that we can move on. Now, when I say model project, what are we doing? We're trying to demonstrate, and we're putting it all in the public domain of how to do it. Now, there is a misconception amongst, the Aga Khan Trust for Culture is able to do this because His Highness the Aga Khan has provided a lot of funding. But that's not true. What we can do and what we are able to do is because His Highness the Aga Khan has provided incredible guidance over the last 35, 40 years. He has made it a personal mission, just like all the other AKDN agencies, that we use culture to leverage culture to improve quality of life for not only for local populations, but have citywide and international impacts. So what will it take to really replicate the work that we've done? It requires, the first thing we started off was a public-private partnership agreement. Now this is a non-profit public-private partnership, but the key thing, which was very frustrating for me personally, was that my bosses sitting in Geneva insisted that a single piece of paper is signed by, in our case, in Delhi, the Archaeological Survey of India, the Central Public Works Department, and the Municipal Corporation. Now, as all of us know, these are three agencies with three very differing mandates. But if we didn't get them all together, then we would not have been able to fix the monuments in the Dargah and fix the sewer lines outside, fix the monuments in Sundar Nursery and create a park outside. So that was the first thing. So the first thing you need, both government and NGOs need a partnership, and that's beginning to happen. This Adopt a Heritage scheme, the new ASI scheme, they're beginning to happen. There are steps towards that direction. It'll take another generation. The second thing we need is, what we really bring in is an interdisciplinary team. So we have about 20 different people with 20 different backgrounds, educational backgrounds, the same team. So we've got archaeologists, architects, conservation architects, historians, botanists, landscape architects, the works. And finally, we also go out there and raise money. It's not that we are putting in all the money. We like our success to be now, we were instrumental in getting CSR funds for heritage being made possible. So we see ourselves as a bridge between government agencies, between the private and the government agencies, and bring in technical expertise. It's not only the money. And this can be done by RWA on a smaller scale. It can be done by a university who has the expertise. So we can be replaced. But the three critical points is expertise, partnership, and those are the really two critical points. The funding, there is plenty of possibility. So yes, it can be replicated, and that's the reason we do it. So if it's not replicated 100 times over in the next 30, 40 years, the point of doing it would not be so meaningful.
Sure. This is a slightly different question. So, our notion of heritage is very stereotypical. I'm not talking about two of you, but or conservationists. But generally, people as they see,
everybody in this room has
myself, we look at heritage as monuments, buildings, something which date back to a distant past. But heritage has a very broad, it could be a water body, it could be boulis, it could be some open space, So are we tapping these different areas enough?
I mean, yes, of course, heritage has a very wide meaning, and of course, our natural heritage. If you look at our national parks, etc., yes, to that extent we are. In other contexts, I mean, I would take that forward again to look at craft traditions of food. This is kind of heritage which everybody understands, by the way. You know, this people understand this very well, and those kind of of course, I think it's all about also packaging it properly. And you know what we tend to do is that we, for instance, separate the monument that is there with the craft tradition that may be right in the village next to it. And that's the problem. We need to make those linkages. I mean, and I think we do a spectacularly bad job of a lot of these things. You know, for instance, you go to the Red Fort, you have nothing gives you an idea of the kind of food opportunities that there are in Shahjahanabad, right? You go to Old Delhi and there are hundreds of different kinds of food that you could be eating, things you could be shopping for. Nothing at the Red Fort tells you that. And a lot of people who know Red Fort will then end up not discovering. So those kind of linkages have to be made. And the tourism industry can be one place where all this begins. You know, if they start to make those linkages, because these are things which are already there. You don't have to invent it. If you have a bed and breakfast running in Shahjahanabad, I could have no catering is required because every food is available. You can just make sure that you manage to get all that. So it's so easy to make those connections. There are people who are doing things like, you know, in the culture space, who are doing walks, etc. There are people who are interpreting the city for you. You just have to get connected with them. And whether it's our tourism departments or, of course, private tourism can do many of these things. So heritage has a very wide, you can look at it very, very widely. Water, etc. Yes. I mean, of course, Delhi, when we talk about something like a Bauli, it's just the structure, because we have killed off as far as the water systems that they actually were sustained on have. I don't know whether they are past redemption, but right now they are not functional.
I totally agree with Swapna. I mean, what she's saying is, what she just said was, nobody visiting the Red Fort really knows what's out there.
Yes.
And so, anybody's heard of this monument called the Taj Mahal? Anybody? Clearly not. No hands went up. But what happens when you go to the Taj Mahal? What do you see? What do you see? You see the Taj Mahal. Nothing more, nothing less. Anywhere else in the world, you would go to some little poet's residential house from the 1950s, and there would be a whole 100-minute film and stories and all of that. So, going to the Taj Mahal and getting only the Taj Mahal, and that also after a lot of, headache and heartache and body ache and all of that ache, is a bit of a tragedy. So, we're not a tourism-related agency. We invest in heritage assets, and people like yourselves can. So, one of the problems is that liberalization that's touched every other sector of Indian life, whether hotels or transport or anything, or airlines, or now even trains are here, has not touched the cultural sector. So there hasn't been that push. So when you go to the Red Fort, there is no incentive to really hang out there for the whole day. We've tried to change that in the Humayun's Tomb Nizamuddin area. Hopefully you will see the change. But what is the heritage of Humayun's Tomb and Nizamuddin? Is it the 60 odd monuments, or is it more? So there is the heritage of craftsmanship. So what we're trying to do is create souvenirs based on the same crafts for tourists, such as this notebook. There are the gardens, there are historic gardens, there are trees, there all of that. So we've tried to do that. There is food. There is the whole cuisine of Nizamuddin, and now there is a group of women who are now call themselves Zaika Nizamuddin, as I mentioned. There is the Qawwali music of Hazrat Amir Khusro. Everybody in the Persian-speaking world and the Hinduvi-speaking world knows of this poet who lived 700 years ago. So we've done a lot of work in Qawwali. There is the artifacts. So we're trying to create a site museum. There are a lot of artifacts associated with this place. There is Rahim's Dohas, which every school kid, Rahim is buried there. He built a tomb for his wife. Most people don't know because it's labeled as Khane Khanan's tomb and rather than Rahim's tomb. So, Rahim, these are great cultural icons of Hindustan. Khusro, Hazrat Nizamuddin Auliya, Dara Shikho, Rahim are all associated with this area, as is Ghalib. And finally, there is the intangible heritage of Sufism, brotherhood. And this is just one site, but we've had the privilege of working there for about 25 years. And we're trying to invest as much in these intangible heritage as in the monuments themselves. And we're very proud that we've been able to publish on Rahim, publish on Khusro and all of that as part of the conservation effort. But every site in India, especially Red Fort and Shahjahanabad, Swapna's written several books on, has layers and layers and layers of history that we need to tell people to make this meaningful and impactful.
So talking about layers and layers of history, there is also history as we see it happening now, contemporary history. World over, in most cities which have good tourist footfalls, there is also an effort to conserve contemporary heritage. We don't seem to, have this notion, or at least we don't see, the buildings around us as, some heritage or site or so. Do you think we should be tapping that?
Yes, of course. Certainly, heritage does not, we fix very arbitrary dates, right?
Yes.
So, ASI fixed 100 years as, and I think at the time which they fixed the 100 years, they have not revised that. It is not as if that continues to move and every year ASI looks afresh at the list and says that, now what has become, that's not happening either, right? So it's not as if that it's frozen somewhere. And I remember that Ratish, of course, was very intimately connected with that. We had moved the list forward. We had said that, okay, Intac had said this when Ratish was there, that, let's at least up to independence look at the buildings that we have. And Intac too had moved forward beyond that in the following years. And this was like what I'm saying about the 47 was more than 20 years ago now. But then again, they said, let us look at, what have we done since independence? There were, even Delhi had these, and there are other cities as well, but Delhi also had this collection of buildings which were icons of modern architecture. Or at least, what happens is that every era of a place's history, a country's history, a city's history, leaves behind some landmarks for the future. That is the heritage. If not our heritage, it is the heritage for the future. We have to allow it to survive. But the speed at which we redevelop is not going to become old enough to be recognized as heritage. So therefore, our definition of heritage must change. Otherwise, we will get to maybe 100 years from now, we will look back and we'll say, we have nothing from the 1970s left. We have nothing from the 1980s left. And nobody says that everything has to be preserved, but at least a recognition of these are important things which need to be preserved for the future.
Sure.
As markers of the journey we have had as a nation, as a city. So, definitely. Our outlook on heritage has to include those kind of things as well.
Right. What are your thoughts on this?
Intac's been at the forefront of a lot of talk, debate, discussion on contemporary architecture. As a conservation architect, it is I mean, if you take the examples of the worldwide, I mean, the 650,000 buildings that I mentioned earlier protected in the UK are not all 100 years old. They include several more recent buildings. But I think there is, till the land value is such and the building bylaws are revised every 5 years to add another floor or another floor, I think it's impossible to suggest to renovate or adaptive reuse of a building rather than knock it down and build again. Now, unfortunately, every neighborhood in Delhi just is building vertically upwards, but the sewage system, the water supply system, the road system is all still the same. So sooner or later, I think it'll be necessary to stop additional building and start adaptive reuse, altering historic buildings rather than demolishing and building anew. Of course, what has been said is we have already lost a very important 1960s, 70s residential government architecture that was all over Naroji Nagar, Kidwai Nagar and all of that. Now it's multi-storied. Now, not for a moment will I dare to tell an audience, public audience like this, that all of that should be preserved unless you give me shields for tomatoes and stones and all of that. But at the very minimum, what should have been done is it should have been properly documented,
yes,
virtually, and presented as an important phase of architecture. So there are various. I mean, that is the least, but not the ideal situation. But I think India's or Delhi is going to be poorer from the fact that in another 1 or 2 years, nothing from that period of architecture, government residential architecture, is going to survive. Whether we realize it or now or later, but there are those sort of ensembles are protected all over the world.
Any questions for our panelists? We just have enough time for maybe a couple of questions.
Hi ma'am, hi sir. This is Hitesh from Stay and Explore, travel advisor. Actually, I just want to have your thoughts, like as you guys are more experienced in travel industry. So, what is the difference between like current government and previous government in terms of preserving our heritage and culture? And if it is going in a right direction, then how it's going to help our tourism industry in future? I just want to have your thoughts.
Heritage protection policy is a huge topic, and we have only just right now been scraping the surface and seeing what are the kind of solutions that are there. That would, I think, require a separate conference by itself to really talk about heritage conservation policy. I mean, we all know what are the broad policies, how they have worked out, etc. It's just there's no time that. But I mean, the only thing one can say is there's a lot more to be done.
Yes.
I'm not sure that one can really embark on that.
Could I ask a question? Basically, I was, listening to you, Ratish, I was wondering whether the conversation needs to change. There is no public conversation about...
Conservation needs to start.
Correct.
Correct. I mean, there is no conversation. Yeah. People often come to me and say there are 2 thoughts on conservation. I'm like, there are no thoughts. Nobody's thinking, nobody's talking. So it needs to become mainstream conservation, and I think, which is why I'm here, and I think Hindustan Times needs to start doing that.
No, but in addition to what is happening, I mean, does AKTC want to take this up as, maybe have little clubs all over which help young people to start, that conversation?
Yeah, so, we at the Aga Khan Trust for Culture really are project-driven agencies. We're not like Intac or something that we got that sort of awareness mandate that we've taken on. But yeah, I mean, like the Environment Club, we need to, I think in conservation, we need to piggyback on the environmental conservation and somehow expand all the million environment clubs in school into environment and heritage clubs. That's what will happen. That's what will work.
So, hi. My name is Vivek, and I represent Concentrix, which is I'm Vivek, and I'm part of Concentrix, which is a global customer experience company. My question to both of you is, what is the potential in your own reading of harnessing, some of the technology disruptor companies of today, be it in the media and communication space like YouTube, etc., or be it in the tourism space like an Airbnb, to not just proliferate the conservative efforts, but also in turn try and gain funding out of those organizations for your cause. Thank you.
I think what you're basically saying, the world is changing, and we need to again leverage that change in the world. There is an agency called the Landmark Trust in the UK. Now, what they do is they take over historic buildings, including a pineapple-shaped building, and convert it into B&Bs. So that's one way of saving heritage assets. YouTube and all the social media, of course, is it's great to disseminate. My personal experience is, yes, you can get a word across, but social media also has its downsides in the sense that being present out there. So all of us are going and putting all of our sites on augmented reality and all of that, and virtual experience. But I think in terms of nature and heritage, you have to be out there and experience it physically. Funding remains an issue, but CSR funds being available in India for conservation is a huge step forward, provided we can convince the donor community that funding a conservation project is almost as valuable, if not more, as funding a hospital or a primary school or the usual things Indians donate to.
I think one thing that social media and stuff does is it gives people visibility. A lot of people who are doing small things in communities, you can go see them. That's one thing that happens. A lot of I know that the kind of initiatives happen in Delhi, the heritage walks, etc., have only been made possible because people can connect like this. Otherwise, they can't. There's no way they can advertise or anything like that. So it can connect a lot of people. It can connect people. So that's the way it can happen.
I think we'll close the session now. Thank you for this engaging conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now a session that examines the role of the state government to boost green tourism. And it's important to mention here that the Jammu and Kashmir government has taken several initiatives in the private as well as in the government sectors to develop the tourism industry in the Union Territory. And as a result, there has been a significant hike in the tourist footfall despite COVID challenges. In 2020, the tourist footfall was 41,267, which has now gone up to more than 1 crore during the first 6 months of this year. This session looks at how it can synergize with the center, with associations and with other stakeholders to boost sustainable, responsible and inclusive tourism in the Union Territory. I'd like to request Diksha Bharadwaj, Senior Editor, Hindustan Times, to please come up, and she will be in conversation with Mr. Vivekanand Rai, IRS, Directorate of Tourism, Jammu, and Mr. Amarjeet Singh, Special Secretary, J&K Tourism. Mr. Rai has been working very hard to change the face of tourism in Jammu, and today it is fast emerging as a favorite destination for both domestic and international travelers. The administration is also focusing on exploring the full potential of pilgrimage tourism by developing various religious tourist circuits across the Union Territory. Mr. Amarjeet Singh initially served as Assistant Collector, Subdivisional Magistrate in the administration, and thereafter served as Deputy Secretary and General Manager, Industries, and started the process of online registrations there. He also had a stint in the Transport Department and successfully launched reforms like the single window system and home delivery of driving licenses and other services. Currently, he is the Special Secretary Tourism. I'd like to hand over to Diksha for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your mobile phones in the silent mode. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I think none of us really need an introduction to Jammu and Kashmir, whether it's the religious tourism, whether we talk about Vaishno Devi or the Yatra to Amarnath, or whether we talk about the famous shikaras or, religious heritage, adventure tourism. I think J&K has almost all of it. And we have two very esteemed guests, I think, who will provide us great insight into how J&K tourism is working and how it plans to, collaborate with the center in the future. So with that, Mr. Rai, I hand over to you.
Good afternoon, all. Post-lunch session will make you awake. अभी जैसा पीछे जो भी पैनलिस्ट थे या सारे लोग हम लोग बात कर रहे थे कि दिस इंडस्ट्री tourism industry is the most badly affected by the COVID. After that, this post-corona session arena, जब गवर्नमेंट फिर से फोकस कर रही है, इधर सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट या स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स इंडिया की जो अलग अलग स्टेट की, उसमें यूटी जेएनके ने, दिस इज़ अ फैक्ट, सबसे पहले इनिशिएटिव लिया था. जो भी हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स थे, होटेलियर, उनके साथ काम करने वाले, हमारे टूर ट्रेवल ऑपरेटर्स या उनके यहाँ पे जो लोग काम कर रहे थे, तो वी आर क्लेमिंग एज अ फर्स्ट स्टेट all our stakeholders, if I am saying this is more than 95%, they are vaccinated, either the first dose, second dose, or now we are switching over to the booster. This is the proud, I am claiming this is as a proud moment. उसके बाद जैसे जैसे चीज़ें थोड़ी बेहतर होने लगी, गवर्नमेंट ने अलग अलग इनिशिएटिव्स लिए जो भी इंडस्ट्री को बूस्ट करने के लिए, जहाँ भी हैंड होल्डिंग या हेल्प की ज़रूरत हुई. आज का ये जो सेशन है ग्रीन टूरिज्म, जहाँ तक हम समझ पा रहे हैं, ग्रीन टूरिज्म, रिस्पॉन्सिबल टूरिज्म, सस्टेनेबल टूरिज्म, ये एक दूसरे से इंटरमिक्स्ड हैं, इंटरलिंक्ड हैं, एक दूसरे को लेके साथ चलने के लिए हैं. अभी जैसे हम जम्मू कश्मीर को पैराडाइज ऑफ अर्थ समझते हैं, जानते हैं, सब लोग उस तरीके से उसे देखते हैं. अभी भी जहाँ तक last year I have joined as a director tourism Jammu province. I have seen Jammu province as a director tourism. जितना आप लोगों ने जम्मू कश्मीर या देखा होगा टूरिस्ट ने पीछे, अभी हमें लगता है वो not more than 30-40%. अभी जब हम हमारा देश 75 years of independence हम लोग सेलिब्रेट कर रहे हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर गवर्नमेंट ने 75 अनएक्सप्लोर्ड प्योर डेस्टिनेशंस हमने किए हैं. अभी तक हमारे टूरिस्ट के जबान पे पहलगाम, पटनी टॉप, गुलमर्ग, सोनमर्ग, ये ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो एवरग्रीन सी हैं, सबको पता है. नाउ दे आर सैचुरेटेड. हमें भी है कि टूरिस्ट और आगे तक जाए जहाँ पे, और आपको भी जो इस इंडस्ट्री में, इस सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं, उनके लिए भी है कि वही चीज़ें कितनी बार उसी टूरिस्ट को बताना, मतलब टेस्ट मोनोटोनस हो जाता है कि हम भी पूछते हैं, टूरिस्ट भी पूछता है कि नया क्या है, नया क्या है. तो डेफिनेटली ये जो 75 डेस्टिनेशंस हैं पूरे जे&के में, वो आप लोगों की हेल्प से हम लोग उसे, और आप लोगों के लिए भी ये जस्ट फॉर योर इन्फॉर्मेशन कि ये अनटच्ड हैं, और जिस डेस्टिनेशंस को आप सेल आउट करते हैं उनसे और खूबसूरत हैं. जो ये ग्रीन टूरिज्म की हम बात कर रहे हैं हम लोग, सस्टेनेबल टूरिज्म या रिस्पॉन्सिबल, वहाँ पे आपको एकदम प्योर मिलेगा. आप लोगों ने कश्मीर, जम्मू कश्मीर विजिट किया होगा. इन जगहों पे जब आप जाएंगे, वो आपको खुद महसूस होगा कि ये पिछले 50, 60, 70 सालों में जब से हम आज़ाद हुए हैं अनटच्ड रही हैं. तो गवर्नमेंट का भी है. अब उसके साथ साथ गवर्नमेंट, उसके लिए अब बात आती है इंफ्रा की, कि वहाँ पे जाने के बाद हमारे टूरिस्ट को वो सारी चीज़ें वो मिल पाएगी कि नहीं, जो जिसके लिए वो एटलीस्ट 1 रात 2 रात 3 रात वो स्टे करना चाहे। तो अभी गवर्नमेंट ने स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने यूटी JNK ने अपनी होम स्टे पॉलिसी लॉन्च की है। ओयो के साथ टूरिस्ट विलेज का कॉन्सेप्ट आया है कि उन जगहों पे, और वो नेचुरल, वो जो ग्रीन टूरिज्म की बात कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे आपको लोकल वहाँ के जो हमारे ऑर्चर्ड हैं, जो हमारी एग्रीकल्चर है, हॉर्टिकल्चर है, इवन की एंगलिंग है, बहुत जगहों पे हमारे एडवेंचर टूरिज्म। और मुझे कहते हुए आई एम फीलिंग प्राउड कि JNK ट्रैकिंग कैपिटल ऑफ द इंडिया। अभी हमारा जो किश्तवाड़ जम्मू साइड से जब चलेंगे और कश्मीर साइड में, वो ऐसे अभी अनटच्ड हैं कि मतलब जो लोग काफ़ी रेगुलर ट्रैकर हैं उनके लिए भी बहुत से ट्रैक्स नए हैं। वहाँ पे हम लोग गवर्नमेंट और बहुत बार हम लोग अपने पैरामिलिट्री और फोर्सेस के जो आर्मी वो लोग डिप्लॉय हैं उनकी हेल्प से वो भी हमें हेल्प करते हैं। एक टूरिज्म एक ऐसी चीज़ है, जब आज हम लोग गवर्नमेंट काम कर रही है डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर्स पे कि जो नीडी हैं उनके तक वो उनकी चीज़ें डायरेक्ट पहुँचे, तो टूरिज्म इज जस्ट लाइक अ डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर स्कीम कि गवर्नमेंट का काम है सिर्फ प्लेटफॉर्म प्रोवाइड करना। आप लोग जो लोग इस सेक्टर को ऑपरेट करते हैं टूरिस्ट के थ्रू, उससे क्या होगा कि जो हमारा स्टेक होल्डर है, जो हमारे लोग हैं वहाँ पे सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करते हैं, चाहे वो होम स्टे हो, चाहे एडवेंचर टूरिज्म या किसी भी तरीके से, वो पैसा सीधे उनके हाथ तक जाता है। गवर्नमेंट भी और ये जो जब हम बात कर रहे हैं होम स्टे और इन सब चीज़ों की, तो गवर्नमेंट उस पर सब्सिडी इंसेंटिव्स अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट के थ्रू कि वो दे रही है। ओयो के साथ ये कि उनको प्लेटफॉर्म मिले, उनको कॉन्फिडेंस मिले। इसके साथ साथ जब ये 75 डेस्टिनेशन जो अनटच्ड एंड अनटैप्ड हैं, JNK गवर्नमेंट ने टूरिस्ट विलेज का कॉन्सेप्ट कि अलग अलग सेगमेंट, अलग अलग स्कीम्स के थ्रू हम ऐसा एक कोशिश ने वेब क्लियर करें कि कोई भी एरिया, कोई भी विलेज, कोई भी इंडिविजुअल छूटे ना अगर वो इस फील्ड में काम करना चाहता है। तो इस तरीके से ये हमें लगता है कि इंडिया में ग्रीन टूरिज्म का जो बेस्ट एग्जांपल हो सकता है वो JNK है। नेचुरली वी आर ऑन द एज और उसको हम एक्सप्लोर और कर रहे हैं, और कैसे प्रिजर्व, कैसे कंजर्व करके आप लोगों की हेल्प से और जो हमारे स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं, जो हमारी पब्लिक है इस सेगमेंट में काम कर रही है, उनके लिए भी ये बेनिफिशियल रहेगा। Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rai. I think we're all excited to see these 75 untouched destinations. With that, I move on to you, sir. Mr. Singh, so I want to talk to you basically about what happened pre-COVID. What were your numbers? What happened during the COVID period? I mean, what was the kind of dip you saw? And what kind of footfall in tourism are you seeing now? I mean, ma'am mentioned as well that you've seen over 1 crore tourists come in already. How many of these have been foreign tourists? How much domestic tourism are you seeing? So if you could weigh in on that.
Thank you, Diksha. Good afternoon, everyone. I think tourism and Jammu and Kashmir, they are synonymous. You can't think of tourism without Jammu and Kashmir. So as Mr. Rai has said that the COVID has really tested our resilience, but with aggressive vaccination drive, we have been able to vaccinate all our stakeholders and fight back. And while during the COVID year, the total number, which was hardly 48,000 or something, this year in the first 8 months, that's from January to August, ending August, we had 1.4 crore tourists who have visited Jammu and Kashmir so far. Well, it was a great moral boosting for us. When it comes to tourism, the issue of sustainability becomes even more challenging because there are so many stakeholders, right from your taxi wala, cab wala, dhaba wala, pony wala, shikara wala. So the issue becomes complex because you need to sensitize each and everyone. Like other states are doing, we are also doing the similar things, the plantation drives, the sanitation drives, the banning of polythenes. So all these, I will say that we are treating the symptoms. But in Jammu and Kashmir, we have understood that not only the symptoms, we have to actually treat the ailment. In sustainability, you have to create a perception. that you have to survive only if you are able to understand the concept, if you are able to participate in it, whether you are a service provider, whether you are a government department, or you are a tourist as per se. And I would say that since we are in a very seismically very sensitive zone, and also that tourism is our mainstay, so we don't have any other option than sustainability. In fact, nobody has an option. Or in simple Hindustani, I would say कि सब में बचाव, सबके बचाव में ही सबका बचाव है. We swim together or we sink together. So one thing, just a simple example I'll quote here, and I would like to congratulate and thank Hayat. The bottles I have seen on the tables. Yeah, this is just a very simple beginning. I don't see any plastic bottles here. So the kind of bottles they would have been generating earlier when the plastic bottles were being used, you can just imagine. Well, in J&K traditionally, we have understood this concept of sustainability right from the very beginning. I'm sure most of you might have visited Dal Lake. You have seen shikaras there. But have you seen a motorized shikara? No. Because we really don't allow that. You don't want to take a ride from one edge to the other edge of the Dal Lake. You want to have a feel of that serenity that the shikara ride provides you. When you're sitting in a shikara, when the shikara wala is using his chapu, you hear that sound of water. So tourism is not just going and having look or just taking some selfies and posting on Instagram. It's all about an experience. But of late, the tragedy is that we want everything in a supersonic speed. We want to take a flight, go to Vaishno Devi, take chopper ride, have darshans, come back, go to Patnitap, go to Srinagar, and by the when the weekend ends, we want to be back in Delhi. So this is not the kind of tourism we should be really trying to promote. Most of us might have been to Vaishno Devi. But I just want to ask a simple thing. How many of you know about Kol Kandoli? Nobody, I think. So Vaishno Devi, if you are going for the darshans of Vaishno Devi, it's a kind of experience in itself. Kol Kandoli ko वहाँ बोलते हैं पहला दर्शन कोल कंडोली. So you have to understand first कि what's the history of Vaishno Devi पूरा, what's the story is all about. कि वो कहते हैं कि दर्शन आपके वो पूरे नहीं होंगे, कंप्लीट नहीं होंगे जब तक पहले आप कोल कंडोली के मंदिर में माथा नहीं टेकेंगे. But nobody knows about Kol Kandoli. It's near Nagrota, just 15-20 kilometers from. So now we are working on those lines. That how we can share experience, how we can make tourists to feel the experience, not just feel the destination. So a lot of things are going in that direction, and I'm hopeful that coming years, no doubt we have been able to muster so many numbers. We have a great year this year. The Honorable Minister was quoting in the morning that Taj has been charging 1 lakh. In fact, I would say that, but not it's 1 lakh. On a few occasions, they have charged 3.5 lakhs also for one night. So, so
congratulations on that, sir. I'd like both of you to weigh in on this. Because of the terrain, there has been a certain sort of connectivity problem when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir, when it comes to border areas, whether it's connectivity on your phones, whether it's connectivity via roads or via train. I mean, is there some special, initiatives that you are working on to ensure this kind of connectivity, especially in these 75 untouched locations, so that the tourists feel more comfortable and they can access more services?
Yeah, see, the connectivity is really becoming better with every passing day. The number of flights that we have, we are getting, like in Jammu airport earlier, there was no night landing facility, but now late night flights are also going there, night landing facilities there. The runway has been expanded. Similarly, in Srinagar, the number of flights have increased quite a lot. International flights are also operating. Besides the number of trains, they have been increased. improved service is being provided. Road connectivity is also getting better. The investment is coming from the state government as well as we are. I take this opportunity to thank the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. They have been really kind and really supporting us a lot. Whenever we project anything which they're worth considering, they have been very liberal in funding and they are providing all the support. State-of-the-art things are coming up, and you will be able to see in the near future that J&K is taking tourism to a different level.
Mr. Singh mentioned teleconnectivity. Would you like to weigh in on infrastructure, sir, please?
Within a year, I think by the next year, August, Jammu Kashmir directly connect with the train from the Kanyakumari. Anybody start from Kanyakumari, it will take 3-4 days, whatever. And 2-3 years back, from Jammu to Kashmir, Srinagar, maybe somebody is visited by the road, it will take around 8 hours. Today, it will around 5 hours. And by the next year, around 4.5 hours. It is exactly 4 hours, half hour for your, during the, if you will take any halt in between within a year. And that is you have seen, we visited from Jammu to Srinagar, the mighty Chinao. You feel the thrill, that Chinao Valley. If anybody is visited from Jammu to Srinagar by the road, they may experience. That is, I think in India, at least India, that highway, nobody's feel that thrill in anywhere across the India. So Chinao Valley is the next within 4 to 5 years, at least more than 10 big brands of the hospitality industry. They are going to, we are in touch with them. They are exploring their business avenues and different type of activities. Within a 5 year, they are going to establish their formations. So definitely within 1 year, and from Jammu to Srinagar, I think right now only 1 or 2 tunnels is under process. Then by the road and by the train, definitely when Vista Dome trains nowadays, it will very popular. From Jammu, that is the, you may feel like rather to say Swiss or European Alps like that. So मुझे लगता है कि अगले 1 सालों में और डे बाई डे हमारा, और जैसे अभी आपने कहा कि जो हमारे ऑफबीट डेस्टिनेशंस हैं, तो डेफिनेटली वो ग्रीन टूरिज्म की बात आती है, तो एक पॉइंट तक, उसके बाद उस चीज़ को फील करने के लिए वी शुड गो बाय द लोकल transportation. It may be trekking, it may be ponies and like that. So feel the thrill and visit that places. And government is working day by day on the infra and the road connectivity. And you are talking about the mobile connectivity also, teleconnectivity. I think more than 80%, because some issues, defense issues, it is up to government, and government is working on that. I think जहाँ भी टूरिस्ट जाना चाहे, मे बी उसके नेट मोबाइल जो कैरियर है उसका इशू हो सकता है कि मेरे पास कोई हो, वो काम ना कर रहा हो, आप वाला काम कर रहा हो, लेकिन ऐसा नो नेटवर्क इज नोवेयर इन द J&K.
Thank you, sir. J&K is considered a sensitive zone, as you mentioned, and there is a perception and a fear of militancy, or whether it's safe to visit Jammu and Kashmir at one point or at a certain given point in time. We keep seeing reports of encounters. We keep seeing reports of, unrest. So I would like to hear your take on that. I mean, what do you say? I mean, about Jammu and Kashmir as a destination? How do you go about convincing everyone that it is a safe place to visit?
I'm expecting this question, very first question. It has come little late from last 1 year. यहाँ पे जो लोग भी बैठे हुए हैं, जिन्होंने विजिट किया हो या इस या JNK, एटलीस्ट लेट्स टॉक अबाउट कश्मीर, विजिट किया हो या पिछले जब से, दैट इज अ डिफरेंट इशू. किसी के भी कस्टमर को हमें नहीं लगता एज ए टूरिस्ट कहीं कोई इशू आया हुआ हो. अगर किसी को आया हो पिछले 20-30 सालों में जब से है, तो वो प्लीज रेज देयर हैंड. मतलब दैट इज मे बी दैट इज एक्सेप्शन, कहीं भी रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं है. और अभी आप NCRB के डेटा भी चेक कर सकते हैं रिगार्डिंग द टूरिस्ट के साथ कई बार मिसशेविंग एक्टिविटी या कुछ ऐसे होता है. तो कहीं भी, और जम्मू कश्मीर में टूरिज्म पुलिस है, दे आर प्रॉम्प्ट. कहीं भी मतलब दिक्कत आती है, मतलब मिसचीव एक्शन तो नहीं होता है, लेकिन कहीं कभी कभी कुछ चीज़ें होती है वो छोटी मोटी, उसको तुरंत उनका रिड्रेसल किया जाता है. मेरे पिछले 1-1.25 साल के एक्सपीरियंसेस हैं कि कोई टूरिस्ट आता है, मतलब टूरिस्ट लौट के गया हुआ, खास करके दिल्ली NCR के आसपास का, फिर वो वापस आते हैं तो कहीं उनके साथ लगता है कि उनको सामान जो दिया है क्वालिटी ठीक नहीं है, बताया है कुछ है. जैसा दीक्षा ने कहा, जिन इश्यूज को बात की वो बहुत बड़े इश्यूज हैं. टूरिज्म नेवर अफेक्टेड बाय दैट इश्यूज. और जो चीज़ें हैं वो चूंकि कश्मीर में होती हैं तो वो उस तरीके से दिखती हैं. बाकी वैसी घटनाएं देश में, मतलब अगर हम मर्डर या कुछ क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटी की बात करें तो वो होता रहता है. तो आप लोगों को रेस्ट एश्योर JNK गवर्नमेंट, टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ JNK की तरफ से करते हैं कि आपका कोई एक्सपीरियंस नहीं रहा होगा कभी भी, और आगे भी कभी नहीं होगा. JNK के लोग, आई थिंक दे आर द मोस्ट प्रोफेशनल इन दिस इंडस्ट्री. दिस इज द बैकबोन. दूसरे एटलीस्ट इस फील्ड में जैसे सब लोग एक दूसरे से सीखते हैं, लेकिन हॉस्पिटैलिटी में डेफिनेटली बाकी इंडिया के लोग या जो लोग इस सेगमेंट में काम कर रहे हैं या स्टेट, डेफिनेटली हॉस्पिटैलिटी की बात होती है तो JNK को एज ए एग्जांपल कोट किया जाता है. तो अभी दीक्षा ने जो क्वेश्चन, मतलब आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग, बिकॉज लास्ट 1 ईयर बॉम्बे, पुणे, कोलकाता, हैदराबाद, वो पहला दूसरा सवाल रहता था. लेकिन चलिए, आई एम हार्ड कोर ऑप्टिमिस्टिक, एटलीस्ट अब ये पीछे जा रहा है. थैंक यू.
Yes, can we have a round of applause for that? I mean, we all look forward to visiting the beautiful natural landscapes of Jammu and Kashmir. Sir, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, you see, Diksha, for us in Jammu and Kashmir, perception is really a big issue for us. We have to address it. And I tell you, last year, when the Honorable Home Minister visited Kashmir, we organized when we are during the iconic week celebration, we had a Shikara festival there, and it was during his visit that we launched these 75 offbeat destinations. Thereafter, there had been a constant chain of festivals, events, or outreach campaigns. We had been witnessing other states, Calcutta, Mumbai, Ahmedabad. Today itself, one of our team is participating in Ahmedabad for a 3-day event. We have conducted road shows, even Dubai Expo. So I think we have been able to shatter that image that the issue of perception. No, I don't think there is any issue of perception. If you still feel any issue of perception, so I'll request, don't watch the news channels, just go there in person and have a feel of it. And as Mr. Rai has very rightly said that when it comes to crime against tourism, if you go through the figures of the National Crime Record Bureau, you won't find that during the last 2 years, there had been any incident of crime against tourists. There had been no incident. Things happen. Things do not happen in J&K only. Things happen in all the states of the country. In fact, in the entire world, the good, bad, ugly, it's there. When human beings are there, so all kind of things are there. But I think we have been successfully able to project Jammu and Kashmir as a very safe destination. And I seek the attention and I seek your support in projecting us in that very spirit. I'm not saying it just for the sake of it, but you go through the records, you go through the figures, you talk to the people who have been to Jammu and Kashmir. I have a lot many videos which I can tell you. When the people who have been visiting there, they will tell you the first-hand experience. So kindly go by what the people who have actually visited and what they are saying, the first-hand experience is saying, and not just listen to the hearsay or the word of mouth. Thank you.
He does. I think the team has a video queued that they'd like to show you. Can we switch to the video? I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm definitely very excited to visit these spots now. With that, I throw the floor open to questions from the audience. Anyone who would like to ask? Yes, please. As per protocol, please introduce yourself and
Hi.
then proceed to ask your question.
Hi, I'm Puneet, and I'm from Hindustan Times only. It's very interesting to see this video that we just saw, and I'm sure all of us have, we are enthralled. We are after seeing this one. We had Switzerland Tourism as one of our partners today in the morning, and they also showed a brilliant video. I'm first of all very happy and proud that I've been to Ladakh, Leh, and those places, but this video was the shots and the places were no less than Switzerland. First of all, so I think as an Indian, I'm very proud to see all these things, and I would love to see it. But my question is that you just spoke about perception of J&K. Like we all know there's something like this exists, but we are still not going. We are going to other places. So is there anything, any strategic move to position the market, the city as a destination to travel? Because destination branding from a tourism perspective is very important, whether you see in the Switzerland case or the Dubai case, and there are world over a lot of cases. Is there anything that we are doing in that, because it is truly a global destination?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wish that Mr. Martin would have been here to hear these words. Anyway, he left early. See, as I said that in our own way, we have been doing a lot of things. The kind of activities which we are doing right now, the events, festivals, our outreach programs, we are reaching to the audience through, we have official Twitter handles, social media we are also using. And we are partnering with a lot of the travel associations. The TAFE had been to Srinagar, to Jammu and Kashmir a few days back. They have launched the TAFE chapter in Jammu and Kashmir. So all our stakeholders, we are taking them on board, we are taking them along. And the kind of hand holding which we can provide, like I would say that the MICE tourism, we have a great potential for the MICE tourism, the conferences we can hold there. We have an international quality SKICC, you might have heard. Besides that, we have a convention center in Patnitop for a small groups of 50 to 80 people. It's a convention center on a hilltop at a very beautiful location. You can stay there, you can hand conferences. So we are working on those lines, and one of our niche products, the golf tourism. Yesterday only we had a press conference here in Delhi only. We are going to start PGTI tour of Jammu 2020 at Jammu Tawi Golf Course from tomorrow. The event starts the tournament starts tomorrow. It's a professional golfing event. So we had been promoting that golf tourism as one of our niche product. And in that tournament, 126 players, including 15 international players, they are playing and participating. So all these kind of things, they are really adding to the perception thing which we are talking about. And I'm sure that with your active support and support of all the stakeholders, we'll be able to achieve the position, the number one position, and we are the crown of the incredible India, and we are going to retain that title forever, I think.
If I may add to that question, sir, are there any plans such special initiatives for the valley as well?
Sorry, I didn't get.
For the Kashmir Valley, do you have some special initiatives in mind, just like this golf tournament in Jammu?
Yeah, see, we have 5 golf courses of international standard, all 18-hole full 18-hole golf courses, and see the kind of diversity that we have. While in Srinagar, last year we had this PGTI tournament, this professional tournament. Last year we had in Royal Spring Golf Course. But like in winter months, say like December, January, the golf courses in Srinagar, they remain covered with snow. So that time, our Jammu Tawi golf course, it has the potential. We can organize tournaments there. So both the regions have their own specialities. They have their own kind of weathers. While Srinagar, the activities are more suited in the summer months. Though in the winter months also, we have that winter sports in Gulmarg and winter festivals. Similarly in Jammu, which we say it's a city of temples, We are promoting the pilgrim tourism there. Then the heritage tourism, like my earlier panelists have been speaking, we have been really blessed with a lot of rich heritage resource at our disposal. We have the ancient temples, shrines, the Sufi shrines, then forts, buildings, the Dogra heritage, and we are reviving the Mubarak Mandi Heritage Complex. We are reviving, rebuilding it, and we are organizing the heritage walks, the conducted tours of the city tours, the tours of the old cities. Then we are organizing nature walks. So as I said in my opening remarks, then we have been trying to bring about a perceptual change by associating the younger generation, the tourists, through these kind of things. We are giving them a soft adventure in the, like, everybody don't want to go for a trek of 5 days, 7 days. So we have opened up some routes which we call soft trekking, where a tourist can just have a feel of the jungle, just go for a trek of 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. It's up to him. So all these kind of things, they're happening everywhere. In all the nook and corners of the J&K, in Srinagar, in Jammu, even in the remotest of the places. I belong to a village which is right on the line of control in district Poonch. And I must tell you that a lot of things are happening there. The sport infrastructure is coming up because tourism and sport, they are also associated with each other. They go hand in hand. So a lot of things happening, and it's not confined to one particular city or one particular region of the state. It's uniformly, it's happening in all the areas of the state.
That's great to hear. Do we have any other questions from the audience? Sir.
I am Rohit from Jet Softpoint, also a mentor at CIA and Niti Aayog. I just want to share some of my experience that I went to the Costa Rica and I seen that 95% of public transportation was renewable energy, the green energy. And in India, we are working great on that. What about in Jammu Kashmir? You are working great on clean transportation in Jammu Kashmir. You are working great on banning the plastic in Jammu Kashmir. What about the transportation using the green energy?
Mr. Rai, would you like to take that?
Definitely. What Rohit, nowadays government is also changing their policies and trying to switch over from that biofuel to e-card. But speed is slow because change is come day by day, step by step. Overnight change is cannot possible. Now the government is also switch over their state road transport corporation to for buying e-buses, and local old markets. We are trying to switch the e-cards like e-rickshaws. So what you earlier Puneet is also comparing from Switzerland. ये जस्ट कि जैसे आपने कोस्टारिका की बात की, हमारे मतलब भारतीयों के अंदर है कि हम लोग कंपैरिजन बहुत करते हैं और दुनिया से, ठीक है, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ इतने डाइवर्सिफिकेशन है और एक तरह से देखा जाए तो वो हमारे लिए हमारी पावर भी है कि जो कुछ दुनिया में है वो हमारे पास है. मतलब आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट द टूरिज्म सेक्टर कि बीचेस भी हैं, रेगिस्तान भी है, पहाड़ भी है, बर्फ भी है, सब कुछ है. तो ये चेंज और ऐसा यूनिफिकेशन नहीं हो सकता फ्रॉम जम्मू कश्मीर टू कन्याकुमारी की एक जैसी चीज़ें हर जगह हो जाएं. तो डेफिनेटली गवर्नमेंट इज वर्किंग ऑन दैट. स्पीड इज ऑल्सो गियरिंग अप फॉर द जम्मू कश्मीर. नाउ द गवर्नमेंट इज स्विच ओवर टू ई व्हीकल्स. अभी हम लोग अपने जो स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्टेशन है उस पर काम कर रहे हैं. बाकी ये हम अपने स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ भी कर रहे हैं अभी, क्योंकि जब तक इंफ्रा, सपोज जम्मू कश्मीर में हमने गाड़ी ले ली, लेकिन शहर में तो ठीक है, जम्मू श्रीनगर या दो चार बड़े शहर हैं, जब कहीं बाहर निकले वहाँ पे वो चार्जिंग पॉइंट या ये सारी चीज़ें, तो स्टेप बाय स्टेप काम हो रहा है. डेफिनेटली विल फील दैट चेंज.
Thank you, sir. We have time for one last question.
No, we know Switzerland through we know Switzerland through our movies also. Similarly, we know Kashmir also through our movies. So, in what kind of this conference, this thing is about green tourism, sustainable tourism. What efforts are you making to make it popular, and why don't you also emphasize that on your portal, the green steps that you're taking?
Yeah. Showcasing our green places. Last month only, I got an opportunity to participate in 5th Global Film Conclave at Mumbai. All the big production houses had been to that conclave. And I may inform you that in Jammu and Kashmir, last year we had announced a film policy. We have a an online portal where the production houses can online apply on that, and within 10-15 days they get the permission. And so far we have issued more than 180 permissions, and 160 shoots have already been completed. Our policy also provides for some incentives as well. Like if you shoot 50% of the entire film there, you get 50 lakhs. If you shoot 70%, you get this much. If you shoot your second film, after first, if you again shoot your second film, you get more incentives. So that film tourism is also getting a lot of boost there. After that conclave, after that global film festival, when I reached back, there were a lot of queries, and one of the very famous production houses, आपका जैसे वो Neela production house of Tarak Mehta Ka Ulta Chashma, they have approached us. They want to shoot some scenes there. So it's on a daily basis. Actually, shootings are happening there. Not only the Hindi movies, Punjabis, Telugu, Malayalam songs are being shot, documentaries are being shot. So all kind of type of shootings are happening in all the places of Jammu and Kashmir. And the figures which I am quoting, that 170 permissions which we have issued, it's only in the last 1 or 1.5 year only, after this policy came into force. And then the second question was regarding that green tourism. Yeah. See.
Promotion of green tourism.
Sorry?
Promotion of green tourism.
Yeah, promotion of green tourism. See, as I said, that traditionally we have been supporting green tourism, because our tourism is mainly on dependent on the green areas, the forests. We have good forest cover, and all our tourism, all the best places which you have heard of so far, be it Pahalgam, Gulmarg, Patnitop, anything you think of, they are all forest based. They are located within the forests. And if you had visited Pahalgam 50 years back, and if you go there now, you won't find any skyscrapers there. You won't find big hotels there. Even the commercial infra which we have built in those areas, it completely gels with the surrounding. You see the hutments there, the beautiful like V-shaped hutments. So an effort has been made. It's not that today we are talking of this green and ecotourism. In fact, traditionally we have been doing this, and the people who have been in this sector earlier, they have understood this concept of ecotourism, the sustainable tourism, the responsible tourism, which we say. Now only we are giving boost to it, and to do that, like the perceptional issue I'm talking about, we are going to organize a bird watching event next month. Likewise, last month we had a Sufi festival. That's to relive our Sufi history in Jammu and Kashmir, because Sufism has a connection with J&K. So we had 3 days Sufi festival where we spoke on Sufism and Shaivism. So these kind of activities, we are trying to relive our history. Then I said that nature walks we are conducting, the heritage walks we are conducting. Under Prasad scheme of Government of India, we are building infra at these religious places, the pilgrim to encourage the pilgrim tourism. So a lot is being happening on those lines also, and we are projecting that also.
Thank you, sir. Jammu and Kashmir is of so much interest that we have one more question, and I think that's all we have time for, unfortunately. Yes, sir.
My name is Vibhor Gupta. I'm from Inroads India. It's a travel consultancy. My question is, our honorable minister said that Taj hotels charged almost like 1 lakh rupees for the room, and you postgraduated or say doctorated to 3.5 lakhs. So is there no capping on the hotels that they can charge anything what they feel like, or the state says okay, the tourism department says okay, there has to be a capping, because not everybody or anybody can go in for a 3.5 lakh room per night. How many people in India would you think could afford something like that? And would they like to go to? Everybody wants to go to good property, but this is something which is completely out of the circles.
Yeah, yeah, very right. See, there are accommodations for all category of things. Like Jammu and Kashmir has its own corporation, J&K Tourism Development Corporation. That's our commercial wing. And JK Tourism Development Corporation has its hutments, hotels, rooms all over the state. And there is a fixed price for those. It's on the website, and we announce discounts on that. Like in Jammu region right now, since we are organizing PGTA tournament, so there is a 40% discount on those things. Besides that, yeah. I'm coming to that only. So yes. But when it comes to the private players, see, we have a Tourist Trade Act in Jammu and Kashmir, and that Tourist Trade Act empowers us to see for the kind of facilities which a hotel or a guest house is supposed to provide. So we register those hotels or guest houses as per the facilities they are providing. But as in aviation sector or even in railways, see, the private players, you cannot really control their prices. But what we have to see is that what they are charging, they are actually providing services at par with the kind of money they are charging. Are they providing services for that? But like Mr. Rai has said that we have 2 months back, we have started homestays. We have issued guidelines and started registering homestays, and the OYO and Make My Trip, these people have really come and tied up, and a lot of homestays have already been inaugurated, and they are actually working at a very reasonable price. Now it's up to you that you hold this conference in Hayat or you hold it in some government hall. So I only want to say that the infrastructure of all kind is available. So it's really up to the choice of the consumer whether he can go for a very high-end thing, or he's content with a normal room and wants to go and enjoy outdoor. Because when you go to Jammu and Kashmir, I don't think that the facilities inside the room should really matter to you. I think you just should dump your luggage in the room and really be venturing out and enjoying the things which you have really gone there for.
Thank you so much, Mr. Singh. Thank you so much again. Thank you so much for that very exciting and very engaging conversation, both Mr. Singh and Mr. Rai. Like they say, if there's paradise on earth, it is here. It is here. I think all of us are going to sign up for your 75 destinations very soon. Over to you again. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Diksha. Thank you to Mr. Singh and to Mr. Rai. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Jammu and Kashmir. Paradise is there, but probably a little out of reach for some of us. But nevertheless, it says it's open to sky, so you can go and camp in the open in Jammu and Kashmir. We're now taking you to a little faraway place, very far away from Jammu and Kashmir, down to the south, to the state of Tamil Nadu, and we've got the Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu Tourism Development Corporation, Manager Administration, Mr. M. Kottai Kumar, who has very graciously agreed to share some details, taking inspiration from all the states that have been here, some details about tourism in Tamil Nadu and its fabulous tourist locations. Mr. Kottai Kumar.
Very good evening to one and all present here. First of all, thanks to Hindustan Times for organizing this wonderful event. You all know about Tamil Nadu. In Tamil Nadu is the only state, the 4 international airport and 2 domestic airports, and train connectivity to all the districts in Tamil Nadu. Sir, Director Jammu and Kashmir told that we also focusing 75 destination in Tamil Nadu and eco camping sites in dam sites. Now we 10 eco camping sites we created in dam sites. Tamil Nadu Tourism Corporation is also running 53 hotels and 8 boat houses. We also conducting last month international height festivals, FIDE Chess Olympiad. Next month we also conducted the GST Council meet at Madurai, and also December month we conducted the G20 summit at Mamallapuram, ancient site. Now we tell about our presentations. Yeah. Tamil Nadu is the native language of the oldest surveillance language. Tamil Nadu is the home to 5 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. You also know about a lot of temples, land of temples, Meenakshi Amman Temple, Rameswaram Temple, Kanyakumari Bhagavati Amman Temple, Srirangam Temple, temple cities, and Bharatanatyam, the classical dance from Tamil Nadu. Tourist visit to Tamil Nadu. This is the whole PPT because our MD today attend the Ahmedabad Expo, so I attend the meeting. The tourism potentials of Tamil Nadu. Not functions. This is for our matches. Yeah. Okay. We also focusing the homestay tourism and adventure tourisms to attract private investment and FDI tourism also, to develop high standards of hospitality, hygiene and safety in the tourism sector and among the general population at large. Here the tourism. Here is our famous temples, Srivilliputturu and Velangani Church, Nagur Dargah and the Srirangam temples. Now we prepare the master plan for heritage conversations. A famous Thirumal Nayakar temple, Sidambara Vilas. He is the famous the infrastructures and accommodations. This is for eco walk sites, the eco camping site models. The tea and rubber plantations, the Ooty and Kodaikanal, Yerkadu, and some other places the rubber plantations is there. This is the it for Kanyakumari, Sitar Dam. Our new project is there. Now, last year we published the adventure policies. The beach tourism, culture festivals. This is famous for Jallikattu, the Alanganallur at Madurai district, the famous cuisines in Tamil Nadu, convention centers. Yeah, last year we published the tourism policies and guidelines for tourism operators, caravan operators, and camping sites, bed and breakfast homestay establishments also. Destination development scheme also published. The 75 sites identified and developed. A master plan for 300 sites prepared. The events and festival, Indian Dance Festival every year. The December month conducted Mamalapuram. Namur Trivila conducted at Chennai. Eco camping sites. This is the recent sites at Kolli Hills and Javadi Hills, the Rayaneri villages, Mannavanur villages, and Ooty boat houses also. Yeah, this is the Prappan Valasai. This all is the new 75 destination sites. Prappan Valasai, Mudaliyar sites, Sittar Dam sites, and Gundar Dam sites. All are newly selected sites. The laser 3D mapping also we conducted. Mudaliyar boat house is there. This is newly identified for adventure tourism sites. These awards. Tamil Nadu Tourism Development Corporation is there. TTDC was incorporated in 1971. We are for 53 hotels and 8 boat houses there, 3 telescope houses there. We are running for various tour packages and conducting various fairs and festivals. Yeah, we also the OTA platform is there. MacMyTripBookingMe.com. Last year, our booking 80% of booking is only by OTA platform only. Yeah, this is the Namur Trivila festival photos is there. Every week they conducted the heritage walks at Chennai and cycling trail and photo walks by at Mamalapuram and various historical places. Yeah, thank you. Can you play the videos? Tomorrow, my director of tourism will join the meeting. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kote Kumar. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're on to our last session now that looks at how the service industry is going above and beyond to enhance travel experience in the challenging times. Despite the drastic changes that the aviation industry has undergone over the past few years, how does an airline compete to stand out and respond to the challenges?
all while enhancing the travel experience for their customers. To tell us more on this, we have with us the Chairman and Managing Director, SpiceJet, Mr. Ajay Singh, who will be speaking with Diksha Bharadwaj, Senior Editor, Hindustan Times.
Thank you so very much for joining us, sir. I mean, we are privileged to have you here with us to talk about the aviation sector. I mean, it's been in the news, as everyone knows, for many, many reasons.
Not very great ones, of course.
Okay, so let's start off with a generic, version of the aviation sector. So, what do you think post-pandemic? What has happened? What kind of reforms need to come in to be, to enable it to rejuvenate?
See, firstly, all of you know that during pandemic, the aviation sector came to a complete standstill, and obviously there were no flights. Airlines suffered a lot because airlines have a lot of fixed cost. The planes that we hire are hired for long periods of time, and so just for the fact that they were not flying doesn't mean that you don't have to pay for them. So we had planes sitting on the ground, we had assets sitting on the ground, we had people working for us. All of that had to be paid for, and there was no revenue, of course. So a big hole got created during COVID. Now, this happened not only in India, it happened across the world. The difference was that across the world, governments realized that this was a big issue, and they supported their airlines by paying large amounts of money to them. All the leading airlines of the world, if you think of Emirates or Singapore Airlines or Lufthansa or the American carriers, all of them got large infusions of money from their government. Singapore Airlines got $13.6 billion of cash from their government. Lufthansa got close to $9 billion. The American carriers got more than $60 billion. And this was done, openly. And government said, look, here is a problem. We need to support these guys. And they did. In India, of course, the priorities were different, as they should have been. The government of India had firstly a very fractured balance sheet themselves, and they wanted to use whatever money they had. And when we went to them and we said, look, this is what is happening around the world, and why can't you help us like other countries are helping their airlines? And they said, look, you're talking about your balance sheets, have you seen ours? So it was a very difficult situation for the government of India. They needed to go and support, of course, all the migrants and people who were suffering, who had far more existential issues than airlines did. So the carriers in India got no support. After COVID, the traffic suddenly started taking off, which was great. Traffic is taking off, but that was a time when Russia decided to go into Ukraine. And when that happened, oil prices spiked. Not only did they spike, the jet fuel prices hit a record. I mean, we've never seen jet fuel prices like this. Fuel is our most important component of cost. Can you imagine any business in which your main component of cost, something which which is 45-50% of your cost, that doubles or triples? In our case, it went up 542%. So when that happens, there's no way that government said, sorry, this has happened, and why don't you pass this on to customers? Now, you can't really pass it on to customers. India is a price sensitive market. There's only so much you can do to raise fares. So it was terrible. And not only did oil prices go up, jet fuel prices actually went up. Typically, the difference between jet fuel and crude oil is something like $9 on average. Last 10-year average, if you see, it's $9. What happened now was that difference spiked. So firstly, the oil price was at $120, but the jet fuel price was actually $70 above the fuel price. So what we were paying was $190 for a barrel of jet fuel, which was completely ludicrous. So it's been a terrible time for airlines. Today, of every 100 rupees of revenue that we get, we are spending some 70 rupees. We are giving 70 rupees to the oil companies, sometimes 75 rupees to the oil companies. Now, in that 25 rupees, we are expected to pay, of course, airports, we are expected to pay taxes, we are expected to pay salaries, we are expected to pay for the aircraft and for their maintenance. It's impossible. It's completely unsustainable, impossible. And therefore, with the massive potential that India has for aviation and travel and tourism, we need to make structural changes. One great thing about a crisis is that a crisis is always an opportunity. It's an opportunity to reassess what has gone wrong. Why is it that today India is not a global aviation hub? Why is it that our hubs are in Dubai? Why is it that our hubs are in Doha? Why is it that Singapore is a hub? Why is it that Indians have to go to Europe and the US? I was reading recently that the Sri Lankan president wanted to go back to Sri Lanka. He was in Bangkok, and from Bangkok, instead of going to Sri Lanka through India, from Bangkok he went to Singapore, and from Singapore he went to Sri Lanka. So, even in a regional sense, we are not a hub. And the reason for that is that our policies and our structure never allowed that to happen. We actually encouraged Dubai to build itself into a hub. And that hub is based on India traffic. Now, most of the people who transit are from India. Doha or Abu Dhabi or Singapore, most of the people who are transiting are Indians. And we must ask ourselves this question, that if it's our traffic that they are building on, why the hell don't we have our own hubs? Why the hell don't we have our own airlines that become international airlines? And it is because we've always thought that flying is for the rich. Because flying is for the rich, and just like you tax, you used to in the olden days tax color television and computers, you taxed aviation. ये अमीर आदमी का है, उसको tax करो. But the problem with that is that there's a dichotomy. On one hand, political leadership or state leaders, chief ministers, they always say to us, please get more flights into my state. On the other hand, you see that taxes are at this crazy level. India is the only country in the world which charges this import parity pricing for fuel, which makes the fuel cost inherently high. On top of that, we pay excise duty 11%, we pay average VAT of 20%, and we get no input tax credit. The only country, maybe Bangladesh is the other one, but other than that, there is no country in the world today, no country, none of those that we seek to compete with today that charges such high taxes on fuel and does not give input credit. So inherently, Indian aviation is weaker as a consequence. Indian carriers are weaker as a consequence, and therefore we've never been able to build global airlines and global hubs. The good part of all this, of course, is that the potential is massive, immense. It's our traffic that people are sort of living off, and and that traffic continues to grow. You look at what happens. You set up all these small airports. One of the one of the really great schemes of the government of India, this regional connectivity scheme and UDAN. You suddenly decided that there were all these small airports sitting around, and let us activate them. So there was a scheme, fantastic scheme. It said, if you want to come to this small airport, I will give you, I'll exempt all taxes, exempt taxes on fuel also, and on top of that, if there is a viability gap funding, I'll give you that viability gap funding as well. And suddenly, from 70 airports, we went to 150 airports because 80 airports which were just sitting around became active, and you discovered that there was so much traffic in places like Darbhanga, places I had never heard of. The petroleum minister then, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, said to me, you must fly to this place called Jharsuguda. And I said, what is Jharsuguda? Where exactly is Jharsuguda? And I'm very ashamed to say that I had no idea where Jharsuguda was. And I said, is it in, it sounds like it's in Bihar somewhere. So he said, no, it's in Orissa. And we never heard of it. And we sent a team there because he was pushing us so hard. And we discovered that there was really potential there. And today we have 12 flights there. They're always full. You know, Darbhanga, of course, we had all heard of, but who the hell knew there was an airport there? This little airport, broken little airport, which under this RCA scheme, the government put money in and repaired. And we started 10 flights into that airport, and every single flight is absolutely chock-a-block full. So there is this greatness about, you know, this is a fantastic market. There's just so much potential. Look at what this does to tourism. Look at what this does to the economy of a state. Fantastic. I mean, you know, in a large country like India, where it takes so long to go by train or bus or whatever, you know, to fly is the natural way to travel, and it's actually cheaper. You know, today the aviation industry is extremely happy if they get 5 rupees a kilometer. Can you imagine? I mean, in a taxi, you probably get 10 or 15. You easily, happily pay 10 or 15 rupees a kilometer. For airlines, you start screaming and shouting if we charge 5 rupees 50 paisa. I mean, there's this halla which gets made in parliament, and you know, all the MPs are up in arms the moment you raise your fares from 5 rupees to 5 rupees 50 paisa per kilometer. So I think we need to change that mindset and say, look, here is an industry which deserves to be there and deserves to survive and deserves to make some profit. It can't be today. If you look at it, Indigo, which is our largest carrier, has not made an operating profit since 2017. I mean, how does this work? Every year, everybody will keep making a loss and funding it through other means. It's not sustainable. So we have to have a healthy industry with low taxes, create you know, an aviation hub in this country, and not only a transport hub, but a cargo hub, but a, you know, MRO hub, training hub. Such fantastic potential for all that. And I think at many levels the government does recognize that, and I hope something will be done about that. I'm so sorry. I have taken over your one question and turned it into a monologue. I apologize.
No, sir, you actually preempted most of my questions, if I may say. But interesting. So, I mean, you were talking about the reforms that you expect from the government. Can you share more about that? You know.
No, I think the biggest issues. Firstly, it's a mindset. You know, I think we still need to work on that mindset. That says that flying is for the rich. It clearly is not. You know, today, people who work for you at home, you know, they come from Bihar or Jharkhand and such places, and even they want to fly. They say to you that, you know, instead of taking that train, can you get us a cheaper ticket and we'll fly? So this is not something for the rich anymore. It's certainly for the middle class, lower middle class, and even, you know, people would want to do it. So you should not tax it like a luxury good. That, I think, is important. The second thing is that aviation turbine fuel, which is the most important cost element in this, needs to be priced correctly. Why would you charge import parity pricing on a product you don't import? India makes all its aviation turbine fuel within India. You import oil, you refine it at your refinery. But how? So you don't charge the cost of oil plus the cost of refining. What you charge is, what would the price be if I was to import it from somewhere overseas? The transportation on that to India, the handling of that in India, the duty on that, the distribution cost on that, you add that all up together and that's your cost. On top of that, you say, okay, now I'll charge 11% duty. I will charge 20% VAT because it's not included under GST. You don't get input credit. Now, this is a crazy situation. You're being hit from all sides. At airports, think about it. At airports are given to the highest bidder. After that, the guy who gets the airport concession goes and gives concessions for ground handling, for X-ray of your baggage, for all sorts of services. to the highest bidder. Now that guy then, of course, since he's paid the maximum possible amount of money, will try and get the maximum possible amount of money from the passengers. So you keep making this a high cost enterprise in every which way. I'll give you one example. You know, these boarding cards. Today, most of us print boarding cards at home from the web. We just download it onto our phones. But at every airport, when the passenger goes there, despite the fact that he has, downloaded the boarding card at home, airlines have to pay between 60 and 100 rupees to the airport operator for a boarding card. It doesn't matter if you've not got a boarding card, not used their service, you still have to pay 60 to 100 rupees. Now, so they say there is this IT system that we've set up. That IT system is run by these international companies, and this is the price.
So you
Now,
think these rules are archaic and
no, not only are they archaic, they are, the technology is archaic. We've shown that technology, that we can put modern technology. Airlines themselves can put modern technology. We've done a pilot recently, Indigo and SpiceJet, and we've shown that we can put this modern version of this technology, much more modern version of this technology, and do this at a cost of 2 or 3 rupees. So why the hell are you charging us 60 to 100 rupees? You've just created these monopolies all around. They charge you just whatever they want to. And, all this is being translated into higher fares and, lower margins or losses for airlines. So this needs to be fixed. Everybody understands that these are problems. Of course, there are problems and everybody recognizes them, but I think it needs a big push to get all the stakeholders together and correct this. Now, excise duty, for example. I mean, how much is the government of India making? Today, government of India makes 1,43,000 crores a month on GST. What are they making on excise duty? They make something like 250 crores a month. So why do you have to charge 11% excise? Or at least give input credit like every other country in the world gives. So this is something. Why is it not included then under GST? Because state governments don't want to include petroleum products under GST. They feel that's a loss of autonomy and control, and it's true. But how much you're making an entire industry go bust because several states don't want to allow any petroleum product to be included under GST because it's a loss of control for them. Well, they've already included bunker oil. If you want to go by a ship, the fuel that powers a ship is included under GST. Aviation gas, that's included under GST. I mean, along with petrol and diesel, the one thing that's not included is aviation turbine fuel. Why? Every other petroleum product is under GST, but aviation turbine fuel is not. I mean, it defies logic. It really defies logic. So I know that the central government is trying very hard. They are trying very hard. The Civil Aviation Ministry is trying very hard. The Petroleum Ministry, but it needs to get done. How long will you keep these inefficiencies going?
what kind of a path forward would you suggest? I mean, an engagement with stakeholders. Should the central government bring
I think
all
it's
states together?
yeah. I think see, we are one India. We need to do it together. This is a national interest. I think part of it, of course, is our fault as airlines. We need to do a better job of explaining to stakeholders, what our position is. We need to be able to lobby much more with the state governments and explain. And very often it's communication, right? So we need to communicate better. The fact that we aspire to be a global aviation hub, that we Delhi and Bangalore and Mumbai should be the exchange points and not Dubai and Doha and Abu Dhabi, is something that's just simply must happen. Air India and Indigo and SpiceJet need to be carriers that take our passengers directly to Europe and the US. Why the hell should we do we need to go through all these different hubs? Indian carriers have services which are better than most airlines around the world. Have you guys ever been on an American carrier? I mean, those guys are so rude. Look at these European carriers. Indian carriers are way better in terms of quality. You look at any of the Indian carriers, and now with what the Tatas are doing with Air India, it will be a first-class international airline. There's no question about it, and we all need to pray for their success and wish them well. These are airlines that we all should and ought to be proud of. The fact that we remained standing without government support during COVID. Nobody expected airlines to come out the other side and still be there. It was, so it's something to be actually really proud of. But again, what you hear in the media all the time is, we say to the media that you guys are just talking about, this aircraft, there was an air turn back. There was an air turn back here. There was a bird hit here. Smoke came out of this engine. Some sensational stuff or the other. These are incidents which happen across the world. Across the world. And have happened in India as well for times immemorial. Nothing has been ever written about. Right now there is this, and your newspaper, especially, I must say, your newspaper more than most, no analysis of the sector, no thoughtful article, no analysis of the sector, just sensational stuff. This is it's like just sensational stuff. So I would only urge all of you to write thoughtfully, to see what is going on. Is there a safety implication? Finally, what happened? DGCA was forced to say that, look, these are routine incidents. They happen even when Emirates comes into India. They happen also when, a Qantas comes into India. It happens all the time, all over the world. And yet, you guys carry on with this. I was saying, Karachi incident, man. I got to talk about that Karachi incident. What happened? There was a pilot who was flying from Delhi to Dubai. Now, the SOP is that if he finds that he feels that there is some problem with the aircraft, you land at the closest airport. The closest airport for him was Karachi. So he landed at Karachi. Just because it was Karachi and Pakistan, such a hullabaloo. I mean, it was headlines in every single news channel. What did the poor man do wrong? I mean, he thought there was a problem. He landed. There was no emergency landing. There was nothing. He was passing Karachi. He said, okay, I want to land. He landed. Now they checked the aircraft. It took some time because it was Pakistan. We had to send engineers from India. It takes some time getting permissions. They checked the aircraft. There was nothing wrong with it. The aircraft flew away. But the whole day, the media, 2 days later, an Indigo aircraft flying the same route had the same problem, also landed in Karachi. Again, the whole day on news channels, there was nothing else to report but that landing in Karachi. I mean, what are you guys doing?
I would counter your sensationalism in terms of newspapers, sir. I will not comment on the rest of my industry or electronic media, but for sure, I mean, these incidents have hit the news, and SpiceJet has been smack in the middle of it. According to government data, you are third in terms of technical incidents from July last year to June this year. I mean, you've had about 77, if I'm not wrong. And you've had DGCA show cause notices. Yes. I mean, you've had pilots who've been suspended, their licenses have been revoked. And, there have been a lot of problems. I think 50% of your fleet is still grounded.
So firstly, completely untrue. So horribly untrue. Anyway, that aside, so firstly, in terms of incidents, there are no more incidents that happen every year. If you look at the record of Indian aviation, it's one of the best in the world. If you look at the number of incidents Indian aviation has, these are incidents. These are not safety implications at all. These are called incidents for the reason that they have no bearing on safety. They are incidents. They happen. India has amongst the lowest rates of incidents in the world. Why have they suddenly disappeared in the last 2 months from off the papers and off the media? It's because, that information stopped flowing to the media like it used to flow in the past. 50% of the fleet being grounded. You keep putting pressure on the regulator. You keep saying Indian aviation is unsafe. Of course, some action has to happen. But what the DGCA had done then was to say, okay, we will restrict you to 50% of your schedule. Very good. What all airlines were flying at that point of time was about 40% of the schedule. So it had zero implication on any operations whatsoever. And every airline, I mean, Go Air, Air Asia, anybody that you name was flying less than 50 because it was off peak season, and so it was a symbolic gesture of with no. And since then, audits, it is DGCA's job. They keep doing audits. They do monthly audits for every airline. They did an audit of every single aircraft because of, you guys were being so kind to us in the media that, they thought that they should be on the safe side and should go and inspect every single aircraft physically. The minister, after they inspected everything, the minister made a statement in parliament that we inspected every single of their aircraft and we found nothing wrong with either of them. That, of course, was kind of not big news, of course. The next day there was a bird hit, and then, of course, that became big news. So this is the way things work, We just need, what happens is, one publication does something, then another publication follows. And we just need some more thoughtful journalism. I mean, look at the sector, look at what the problem is. By all means, if you think that we are doing something wrong, please point it out. We are very happy to hear from you, course correct, and so on and so forth. But look at how difficult it has been for the Indian aviation industry around the world, but Indian aviation especially, because of general lack of support and high taxes. Think about that, write about that as well when you point out our flaws and our weakness. We should be proud of the sector that we created in this country despite all the pressure, and we should be proud of the potential that we have, and we should really work together to make this a very, very strong aviation nation in the world. I mean, this has to be one of the world's finest tourism destinations. It's just that we need to make sure that all the stakeholders, the hotels, the tour operators, the travel operators, the airlines, the government, the state governments, all of us work together to make sure. I mean, I think it's a shame that we have such few international tourists. You go to a place like Italy, some small little place, they make such a big hullabaloo about that and start talking about its history. Where there's real history, we are not doing enough, I think, and we just need to work together to make it happen, and hopefully that can.
Talking of flaws and imperfections, what is SpiceJet doing to counter all these negative reports?
Well, we are doing, nose to the ground, working hard. We know that this is noise. Any
particular initiative?
What we are doing is we are trying to get new aircraft, into our fleet as soon as we possibly can. That process had started before COVID. It will be restarted now after COVID. And so we intend to get new aircraft into our fleet. We intend to get, fly to new destinations, both internationally and within India. We intend to increase our regional connectivity. We are flying to 16 airports today that nobody else in the country flies to. We love to do that. We love to connect those places. One of the proudest things for us was to connect Pakyong, which is right on the border of China. And for an Indian carrier to go there and kind of plant the flag, it was fantastic. And we love to do that. We are now getting into even smaller destinations. I already named Jharsuguda and Darbhanga and Kishangarh and Pakyong and all sorts of interesting places. But now we are with even smaller aircraft going into smaller destinations. We are getting into these seaplanes in a big way, because we think that there is terrific potential in tourism. Where, I mean, look at a country like Maldives. They've built an entire tourism sector based on connectivity through seaplanes, and there's no reason why India can't do that. I mean, we have Lakshadweep and Andaman and all these places, or beautiful islands. We can connect them with seaplanes. We've worked with the government to expand the regional connectivity scheme for small aircraft, 19-seaters, seaplanes, and again, SpiceJet will be a significant participant in that. So our job is to, not only try and make money, of which of course we need to do for our shareholders, but to try and build national infrastructure and to try and promote tourism. We are also working very hard on our cargo business, Spice Express. During COVID, when nothing else was working, there were no trucks, there was no train, there was no other way to transport cargo. We actually used our fleet. We got cargo planes and we used our fleet to transport goods across the country, including for farmers, their fruits, their vegetables. I mean, so many communities wrote to us saying that we would have been destroyed if there was no transport that you had given to us to ship our goods. When COVID started, government of India wanted to. We didn't know how to make a PPE suit in this country. We had no clue. So the government had imported a PPE suit from China, and we sent that suit to Coimbatore. One plane carried just that one suit. There was nothing else in the plane. Carried that one suit to Coimbatore so it could be replicated. We were the airline that distributed your vaccines around the country. We distributed medicines, vaccines, equipment, testing equipment and such. So we actually got back students from Ukraine when there was a fight there, and our expats who want to come back home during COVID. So we went to all sorts of strange countries which we had never been to at all. So we keep trying to do new things. We want to say that we carry the flag of India on our planes, and we are a national asset, and we are first there in the service of our country, and we will continue to do that. We will continue to get new planes, smaller planes, larger planes, and find new destinations and keep doing interesting things to enhance our product offering. We'll have internet on board soon. We already have a entertainment service where you can watch stuff on your phones on flight. We have a loyalty program, the first for a low-cost airline. So we will continue to innovate as much as we possibly can and contribute to building a strong aviation sector in the country.
One last question from my side before I throw the floor open to the audience. I'm sure they're very excited. I can see a packed room. So in your financial statements lately, you've reported consistent revenue losses since you talked about revenue. So how do you think SpiceJet will make up for it? Because a lot of critics say it may go the Kingfisher or the Jet Airways way.
In this country, this is it's unfortunate that airlines should be in this position. Of course, every airline in the country is making losses today, and of course we all have to find our own ways to fund those losses and hope that fuel prices can come down, yields can go up, and so on and so forth. In our case, of course, there is India's aviation actually is funded through what we call the sale and leaseback model, where we buy planes from the manufacturer, we then sell the planes at a profit, and that's the cash that funds most carriers in the country. SpiceJet will follow the same model. SpiceJet will also raise equity. Over the next few months, we've said that we will raise $200 million of equity. There are certain other sources of funding available, including government's guarantee-linked credit scheme, which has been used by some of the airlines now. We feel that the first tranches of which are coming in this week, and we expect to. You would have seen some articles today on how the government is pushing to enhance that scheme. So there will be some of that. There will be some SLB. There will be some of raising of new equity.
On a lighter note, is there any way to make airfare cheaper for customers? I'm sure everyone will be very interested in that.
You got to be kidding me. I mean, you want to now pay less than you pay in an auto, right? So, no, I hope that fares can improve. But of course, if you buy fares in advance, they are quite cheap. They are It's one of the cheapest ways to travel anywhere in the world. India's a unique market with the lowest possible fares and the highest possible cost. So clearly, we need to change that over time.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure there are many questions. Do we have questions? Please raise your hand.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone.
Can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Gulshan. I work for Aspire Fidelity Group. My question is that we have seen in telecom sector, ultimately all the companies either went out of India or there was a consolidation between the bigger operators as well. Do we see in coming 2 to 3 years that there will be only 2 to 3 airlines who will be financially rich to make this sector profitable for the investors as well?
No, I think there is a unique opportunity to make money in this sector. You are at such a low right now that I think there is no way to go but up. So, for example, SpiceJet today, the market cap is so low that I think that as the sector improves, as you get new planes, more fuel efficient aircraft, as yields go up, as fuel prices come down, they can't remain at this ridiculous price forever. And as you restructure, for example, SpiceJet has created a cargo company within SpiceJet itself, which has a value which is 5x the market cap of SpiceJet itself. As we demerge that, as we get it out of SpiceJet, there will be that unlocking of value. Similarly, when you do much more on the digital side, as you get your loyalty program and you list it separately, you will see a huge unlocking of value. So this is a great time for people to actually make money in aviation, but you have to have the guts to hang around and say, okay, we trust that these airlines will not die, like you said, Kingfisher and Jet Airways.
You should trust
But
those who take
if you do this smartly, there's a lot of money that can be made on aviation. People keep saying that, look, Warren Buffett used to say that if you want to be a millionaire, you start with $1 billion and you start an airline and you'll become a millionaire. So my answer to that always is that airlines like Indigo have shown that actually you can start with $1 million and become a billionaire. So there are ways to do it, and I can say the same for SpiceJet. SpiceJet's market cap was over $1 billion. We started with zero. There was nothing. I bought this company for 2 rupees. Bought this company for 2 rupees, and my stake in the company was worth $600 million from zero. Right. So the reverse is true as well if you can do it right. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Yes, sir.
So this is our delegation from Jammu and Kashmir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Singh. My name is Amarjit Singh. I represent J&K Tourism Department. The picture of the aviation sector which we have painted here, you are already under a lot of pressure, and I don't want to put any more pressure on you. Just a request, we have a good connectivity between Srinagar and Delhi. We have got early flights, have got late departures. But Jammu and Delhi, the first flight that starts from Jammu is 9:45. Like I have to attend this conference, I have to come yesterday because I can't reach by 10 or 10:30. Same way, there is no late flight. The 5 o'clock is the time.
Is night landing available there?
No, it's available there. So any plans?
I remember that this came up before as well, but at that point there was no night landing
no, it's there. No night landing facility is there.
No, we would love to explore that in Jammu.
Yes,
in fact, let me tell you that we are also exploring connectivity to places like Kargil.
Yeah.
So we are starting soon a flight between Srinagar and Kargil. We want to connect those areas with small aircraft, these 19-seat aircraft. And for Jammu, we will certainly examine what you just said. Because for us, it is about this, filling these gaps.
Yes.
That's what's important.
And I expect there is a lot of traffic and it will be viable. So kindly.
And I'm sure there is no reason why it should not be viable, actually. Yeah, so we will certainly take a look.
Thank you.
Yeah, can you guys just...
I just saw another hand raised that side.
Good evening, I'm Atul Jaggi. I'm a aviation follower. I just have a small suggestion for SpiceJet. Now that you are under too much of pressure, I was just trying to book tickets from Delhi to London or Delhi to New York, and I find hardly there are any direct flights. So why don't you, being an Indian giant in aviation, enter into these sectors rather than running after Jharsuguda, or I know they would be profitable, but I think the ticket fares from Delhi to New York, which are to the tune of 1.5 lakhs a ticket for a direct flight, I think they would be much more better than. That could be an option for you.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Firstly, that those ticket fares have gone completely crazy, and clearly there's a lot of demand there, and clearly it needs to be filled. You know what happens though is that when you do, you need wide bodies to do these sectors. Now, when the going is good, it's great, but when the going is not good, it's extremely expensive to run a wide body aircraft, and then you lose a lot of money on every flight. So you have to be careful. Having said that, we actually operate a daily charter to Italy today. It does very well. We intend to. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but we intend to start scheduled flights. We are looking at some of the stuff that you just said, at least up to Europe. We are trying to examine if we can do that one stop. With a narrow body aircraft, because our bet is that, look, there are lots of people who want to fly business class, but there are lots of people more than that who want to fly economy, and if you can do it in a reasonable manner, many more people will go to London and the airports around that, the Stansteads and the Lutons of the world, and be perfectly happy doing it.
Backpacking through Europe is a dream for many,
many
youngsters.
Absolutely, and look at this is a young country here. This is such a young population. Why should they care whether they go one stop, or as long as it's cheap enough to do it? And we are certainly examining what you just said.
Direct
Definitely.
flights as well.
Just what I would like to say is, like, what is the present number in aviation today in this country? About 4 crores would be flying a year or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
So
it's very little. It's
that's what
definitely under 5 crores. It's less than 5%. There's no reason why that shouldn't be 20-25%.
So you shouldn't be afraid to fly wide bodies, and you must, try to push this number to 10 crores. Even that would give you a lot of potential.
When I started in aviation, the number was under 1 crore. So of course the potential is there. Potential is immense, and increasingly people want to travel overseas. Sometimes it's cheaper to go to Bangkok than it is to go to Goa. Look at the hotels there. Sometimes it's cheaper. The hotels in Goa are more expensive. So, and people want to experiment. Forget about London and all. Yeah? Look at all these Middle Asia countries. Look at the Uzbekistans, the Kazakhstans, all these Asian countries. Great places to go to. Beautiful countries to go to. The Almaties of the world, and there are just so many places. And Indians they experiment. It's not like they just want to go to a standard place. Great potential. You just have to be strong enough as airlines to take some risks and do it. And we were strong enough while oil prices remained low. And right now there's pressure, but I'm sure this pressure will ease, and that there will be a time again when we can experiment and try and connect India with really interesting places around the world.
I think we can take one last question.
Yes.
Hi, good evening, sir. So obviously we heard you talking about all the pressure points, and there are more threats right now to the industry that we foresee. Also, there are price wars, considering Akasa is there, and we are already hearing it in the daily news. But if you look at it from an optimistic perspective, is there a blue ocean also in the?
For sure. Look, there is no country in the world that has the potential that Indian aviation has. Absolutely no country. There is no. Look. Today, people say to us that with all the problems you have, people are still flying. In so many countries of the world, traffic has really come down dramatically. And with 130 crore people, and of that only 4 or 5 crore people flying, there's a massive opportunity. We have to get the cost right. It takes time for fares to inch up, because people are used to low fares. You can only increase them slowly. But once you get this pricing right, and once mentally people are, gentleman there was saying, people today pay huge amounts of money to travel to the US and to UK. 3 times, sometimes 4 times of what they were doing 2 years ago. But you ask them to do the same thing for domestic flights, and there's resistance. That resistance will go away in a period of time, and oil prices will come down, and at that time Indian aviation is going to be extremely profitable, and we will all grow really rapidly because the demand is not an issue in this country. Infrastructure is also coming up rapidly. There are so many airports, so much money being spent on new airports around the country. I think we are poised for a terrific future, but we need to correct some structural imbalances, and if that can happen, there's a blue ocean out there. There's no question about it.
Thank you so much for such an enthusiastic, candid conversation, sir. I think everyone, can we please have a big round of applause for Mr. Ajay
Thank you
Singh?
so much.
I mean, that was great. I mean, I think I've learned more about aviation today than I ever have in my life.
Thank you.
Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Singh, thank you, Diksha. All the best to SpiceJet to be able to level the market. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending the HT Tourism Conclave.